Twins and Indians here at Target Field tonight. The ball game in just a bit. First, Torii Hunter is inducted into the Twins Hall of Fame tonight. He will speak momentarily. Welcome back to Target Field with Jack Morris. I'm Anthony LaPanta. Torii Hunter was drafted by the Twins in 1993 and spent the first 15 years of his pro career in the Twins organization in the big leagues from 97 to 2007. He was known for his smile, his infectious leadership in the clubhouse. He hit plenty of home runs in the Twins uniform, but maybe where he was most appreciated was defensively. He's a 9-time Gold Glove winner.
Yeah, you can't really say enough about how he played defense out there in center field for the Twins. This guy was fearless. He crashed into walls all around America. He was able to run balls down in the gap and just saved run after run after run for those pitchers on the mound. That's the one way that I think a lot of times in baseball today, you're so focused on offense and what numbers you can put up with a bat on your hand, but how many runs did he prevent by his great defense? That's something that I'll always remember Torii Hunter for.
Hunter was known for taking away home runs, and as you saw there in the highlights, he did it plenty of times. He could also throw it. From 99 to 2015, 17 seasons, he had 131 outfield assists, second most in baseball over that stretch. Tonight, he becomes a member of the Twins Hall of Fame, and it's time for the ceremony on the field. Without any further intro, let's head down to the field here at Target Field.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our MC for tonight's ceremony, Mr. Dick Bremer.
Thank you, Adam, and welcome to the 2016 Minnesota Twins Hall of Fame weekend. 2016 marks the 56th year of Twins baseball in Minnesota. And this weekend we celebrate two pieces of that great history. From Harmon Killebrew to Bob Casey to Zoilo Versalles and Kirby Puckett, this year we get to celebrate two individuals who impacted Twins baseball from each side of the baseline. One from playing in the field and the other looking down from the press box. While tonight we honor Torii Hunter, I would like to take this moment to recognize John Gordon, who is here tonight, and he will be enshrined tomorrow afternoon. John, welcome back to Target Field. To begin tonight's festivities, let's say hello to 11 current Twins Hall of Famers with us here tonight. Inducted in 2013, he holds the Twins record with 648 games pitched. He played 12 seasons in Minnesota, gathered 116 saves, now serving as the Twins bullpen coach every day, Eddie Guardado. Inducted in 2011, he was the first Twin to win a Cy Young Award in 1970. He had a 3.15 ERA in over 1,800 innings pitched in 10 seasons in Minnesota. Welcome back to Minnesota, Jim Perry. Inducted in 2010, appearing in over 1,000 games for the Twins and a member of both World Championship teams, shortstop Greg Gagne. Inducted in 2009, he was the opening day starter 9 times and notched 148 wins in 12 years with the Twins. Pitcher Brad Radke. Inducted in 2008, he played 11 seasons in 2 stints with the Twins, and his 254 saves ranked second in Twins history, Rick Aguilera. Inducted in 2007, a member of the Twins organization since its inception in 1961. He was the director of the minor leagues from 1986 until his retirement in 2012. Please welcome Mr. Jim Rantz. Inducted in 2001, the winningest manager in Twins history, whose number 10 will never be worn again, Tom Kelly. Before the prankster years of Torry and Eddie, there was Bert. He amassed over 3,700 strikeouts enshrined in baseball's Hall of Fame. Bert Blyleven. Growing up in Bloomington, he played all 14 seasons in Minnesota. He anchored 2 World Series championship teams, ranked second in Twins history with 293 home runs, over 1,000 runs batted in. Number 14, Ken Hrbek. Our next Hall of Famer won batting titles his first 2 seasons, finished his career as a .304 hitter. His number 6 is retired, but his infectious love for the Twins surely is not. Tony Oliva. And the chairman of the Twins Hall of Fame, a 7-time batting champion, a member of the 3,000 hit club. He's inspired many with the Heart of 29 campaign. We are blessed to have him here tonight. Please welcome Hall of Famer Rod Carew. Quite a lot of talent over here and an awful lot of Twins history. To the man of the hour tonight. He won a Gold Glove 7 times. He was a 2-time All-Star with Minnesota. He hit 214 home runs, had 792 runs batted in. But it was those other qualities that further endeared him to Twins fans. Clubhouse leader, prankster, the smile, the no-fear attitude. Those attributes helped make Torry one of the most popular players in franchise history, both on and off the field. In many ways, during his 12 seasons in Twins territory, he made it Torry territory. And we took pride in calling him one of us. Let's take a look back at what not only made Torry one of us, but one of a kind, a Twins Hall of Famer.
Hunter called up when he was just down the road a piece in Bowie, Maryland. And he just has gotten his first major league hit. And take that soggy baseball out of the game, will you please?
The runner at second, Perez, coming around. Here's the throw from Hunter, and he is out at the plate.
Fly to center. Torry Hunter going back.
And he made the
so many. I don't really have a favorite memory because they're all favorite.
During the game, you come over here in this area, I'm just gonna go ahead and flatten you, dog. Get on over there, little man, little fella, little leprechaun.
My, what a catch.
Torry Hunter coming on, and makes a tremendous catch.
Didn't get his arms extended as he raises one into right center field. At the wall, it is.
Hey, Torry, this is Barry Bonds. I want to say congratulations to you, my brother, my friend. It was an honor, brother, to play with you, and it was a lot of fun.
Thanks a lot.
A high fly to deep right center field. Jones chasing it. Hunter chasing it. It's Hunter leaping against the wall, and he got it.
You won't find a guy with a better heart, better work ethic, better leader than Torry Hunter. You won't find it.
It is good. Twins win.
He got excited during the game to where he wanted to fight people. Sometimes me, sometimes some of his own teammates, but he's going to fight somebody because he's a winner.
Torry Hunter's going to chase after this one. Oh, look what he just did.
Here's a drive to right center field, and it is caught. Oh, what a catch! A diving catch by Torry Hunter ends the game, and the Twins win 3-2. Oh, you couldn't ask for a better ending.
We have a special guest, kids. It's Torii Hunter of the Minnesota Twins!
For the Twins, in right field, number 48, Torii Hunter.
And I think that's what impressed me about Torii is he played every day, no matter if you lost 10 in a row or you won 10 in a row. It's a new ball game, and that's the way Torii went about his baseball career and also life.
It was great to manage him last year. He came back and provided so much for our team. Played extremely well and certainly led these guys in the right direction in terms of what it takes to win.
A high fly to deep left field. And Hunter delivers.
I can't stop them. I can't stop them. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance.
From the day he came up to the major leagues till the day he left, he was the same person. His outlook was always bright every day he came out, smile on his face. You like being around those kind of people because they make you feel good.
And here's a drive to left, well hit, back is yes! Touchable, Torii Hunter. Twins win the game, 8-5. How about that?
It's now my pleasure to welcome 2013 Twins Hall of Fame inductee and current Twins bullpen coach, Eddie Guardado.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I just want to tell Torii and his family that is here today, congratulations on a great day. Couldn't happen to a better person. Congratulations, my man. I know, I played with Torii for a long time. We had a good time together. They told me I had to keep it clean, so I got to keep it clean. But every day, when Torii came to that clubhouse, he had a big old smile on his face. Pretty special. Special person. He always trying to help out the young guys, the older guys, clubhouse staff, always trying to give his word of advice. And that takes a special person. Anyway, T, every manager that you played for, every coach that you played for, and every teammate that played with you, they knew what they were going to get. A guy that played the game hard, played it right, played it with passion, took pride in the game, and most importantly, he played it with heart. That's pretty special on him, man. Anyway, I just want to say that one thing that I admire Torii, that admires me the most about Torii, he's never changed. And that's to the heart, brother. Congratulations. I love you, my man. In saying that, I want to introduce you to 2016, your Twins Hall of Fame, Torrey Hunter.
Eddie Guardado. Hey, I want to thank you for that introduction. Were you chewing on bubble gum? No. Eddie is one of my best friends in the game. I love him dearly. You know, since I was a youngster, we always hung out together. We played cards together. He taught me how to smoke cigars, which was very nasty. And so I love you, man. Thanks for the introduction, man. You're my guy, man. Thanks for all the information you've given me all over the years, all right? I never get nervous. I mean, if you guys that know me, I never get nervous. I'm kind of nervous right now. I don't know why I'm shaking. I should have took a shot of red milk, kids. This is such a great honor to be standing before you today. It's a greater honor to be inducted into the Twins Hall of Fame with such a great guy like John Gordon. Congratulations to him as well. When I was drafted, I was hoping to just have one day in the big leagues. But I was blessed to play 19 years. And now to be inducted into the Twins Hall of Fame, I am extremely grateful. It just goes to show you, if you work hard, no matter what obstacles are in your way, you can reach your dreams and goals. I was blessed to have so many people to help me along the way. I did not do this by myself. I'm going to try to thank everyone, but I'm sure I'm gonna forget some people. Charge it to my head and not my heart. First, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for blessing me with the opportunity to play this great game of baseball. I would like to thank my mom for always rushing home from work to take me and my brothers to practice. Thank you, Mom. Thanks to my dad for being a provider and paying for the team fees. Good looking out. Thanks to my lovely, beautiful, drop-dead gorgeous wife, Katrina. She told me to say that. Thank you! Who has always had my back since we were kids, raising my boys, Darius, Torrey Hunter Jr., Money Hunter. Stand up, boys. Pretty sure it wasn't an easy task. Look at them. They tore my house up. Man. I'm glad that my sons can be able to join me in celebrating this honor, along with my brothers, my sisters, and my other family and friends. Thank you, guys. Thanks to the Polad family. Thank you, guys. Those checks were nice. Twins organization and the Twins staff, all the trainers, all the clubhouse guys, all Hot Rod, all you guys, and my mascot, Wayne Hathaway. Thank you. You inspired me a lot, man. Every time I was down and I was having a rough time in a slump, Wayne Hathaway right there would tell me, you know what? You can't hit water if you fell out of a boat. Thanks for the inspiration, Wayne. The Twins Hall of Fame Committee, I want to thank you for thinking of me and thinking that I'm worthy of being in the Twins Hall of Fame. Fooled you guys. Ha, ha, ha. My wife wrote that again. Sorry. When Rod Carew called me to tell me that I was going into the Twins Hall of Fame, I could not believe that this young kid from Pine Bluff, Arkansas was about to join the outstanding, prestigious class of men. Men like Kirby Puckett, who taught me how to treat everybody the same, no matter who they are. Tony Oliva, man, great hitting coach. Rod Carew, one of the strongest men I know. We're praying for you every day, and we love you. Rod Carew. Harmon Killebrew, my signature is beautiful because of that guy. And all these guys right here, I want to say thank you for bringing this to me, and I'm able to sit next to you and talk baseball, soak up all the wisdom and all the jokes and all the stories. And the two guys right here, Tony and Rod, got the best stories because they were roommates, but they're rated R, we can't talk about it. My Twins managers, Tom Kelly, woo! He whipped me into shape, boy. That's why I'm the guy I am today. My man, Ron Gardenhire, a lot of fun. Ron Gardenhire actually told Ron Gardenhire at 18 years old in big league camp in 1994, I struck out against Charlie Lee Brandt, and I came back to the dugout, and I said, hey, what's that pitch with a dot in it? And he said, well, Torrey, that's a slider. You might want to learn how to hit it. And Paul Molitor, one of the wisest men in the game I've ever played with, had as a manager and as a mentor. Thank you for everything, buddy. My Twins coaches, Jerry White, Al Newman, Scotty Olger, thank you guys. My Twins brothers, my old teammates, Jock Jones, LaTroy Hawkins, Matt Lawton, Corey Koski, Doug McCavish, Eddie Guardado, David Ortiz, Yo-Yo Santana. All you boys, man, and all these guys and my teammates from last year, thank you. I love the dance party. They were awesome. Blew my hamstring out a couple times, but I loved it. And to you, the Twins fans, I just want to say, man, day in and day out, rain, sleet, or snow, you guys came and supported us, whether we won or lost. And I love that. Anywhere I went, Twins fans would come and talk to me about what's going on in their households. They were having dance parties. If we win, the Twins won, we were going to have dance parties. You guys are always following us, and I love you for that. You always showed me true love, and that's why I came back in 2015, because I really wanted to be with someone in a group of Twins fans like yourself that loved me. Thank you. Before I take my seat, I have to address the East issues that have been going on in our country today. This is the United States of America. The word united means togetherness. United we stand, divided we fall. A house divided cannot stand. We have seen a lot of hate being displayed. We are not born with hate. Hate is a learned behavior. H-A-T-E, habits acquired through evil. Albert Einstein said, the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but those who watch them without doing anything. We have to take action and we have to make change. But before we can make change in our country, we have to change ourselves and our hearts. For out of the heart flows the issues of life. Whatever issues your heart is having is going to flow in your everyday area of your life. Your life is going to follow the thinking. In order to change mindsets, we have to replace hate with love in our hearts. We must love the one next to us no matter the color of someone's skin, gender, views, or religious preferences. Love others as you would want them to love you. I love all of you, and I thank you for all your support over the years. Hunter, out.
To the video board. Earlier today, fans on Target Plaza saw the debut of Torrey's Hall of Fame pennant, which will be on permanent display with all the other Twins Hall of Famers. Also, Torrey, we continue the tradition of presenting all inductees with original artwork created by renowned Minnesota artist Terrence Fogarty. Unveiling Torrey's print will be former teammate Brad Radke and former manager Tom Kelly. And we now invite 2016 Twins Hall of Famer Torrey Hunter to throw out the first pitch to someone who was not only his teammate in 1997 and 1998, but also his manager. Please welcome Twins manager Paul Molitor.
No 50 Cent, no 50 Cent. Ready?
Thank you.
Congratulations to Torrey Hunter on his induction tonight into the Minnesota Twins Hall of Fame. Now we shift our attention to baseball. The Twins and the Indians from Target Field next.
Sports.
We are La We are Minnesota.
The Cleveland Indians carry with them the American League's best record. They sit on top of the American League Central, 17 games over 500. But the Twins have beaten them 4 out of 7 so far this year. The teams meet tonight here at Target Field. With Jack Morris, I'm Anthony LaPanta. Minnesota trying to bounce back from a loss in the series opener last night by handing the ball to Tyler Duffey. Victorious in only 2 of his first 11 starts this season. He's suddenly won 3 in a row and has the best record among all Twin starters.
Well, he's attacking the strike zone. He's got a lot of confidence as of late because of those 3 wins in a row. His breaking ball is sharper. He's got better command. And he's the kind of guy that you want out there to win a game because he doesn't like to lose. He's one of those guys that he shows his emotion on the mound, and he's one determined young man trying to get those hitters out with every pitch.
Duffey in the previous 7 starts had an ERA that was approaching 10, but now he seems to be back on track. And over his last 3, an ERA of 2.25, opposing hitters hitting just 171 against him.
Well, a couple starts ago, pitching coach Eric Rasmussen actually tried to get him to crossfire a little bit, to stay closed a little longer, and he's had better command with his breaking ball because of it. I think it's all about his slider, his curveball, keeping the ball down in the zone. When he elevates pitches, he usually doesn't have enough stuff to get it by the really good hitters. So he's got to stay down in the zone, attack the strike zone, be aggressive, and get quick outs.
Duffey against Bauer, the pitching matchup here at Target Field tonight. But up next, we reflect back on the impact the Twins Hall of Famer Torii Hunter has had on this organization.
North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs.
By Jeep, the official vehicles of summer, celebrating 75 summers of living for by forever. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of it.
It is a beautiful night at the ballpark for night number 2 of the Twins and the Indians from Target Field. On a memorable evening here as well, as Torii Hunter was inducted into the Twins Hall of Fame. He becomes the 27th member of this very prestigious club, the 7-time Gold Glove winner, getting his Hall of Fame jacket right there from Rod Carew. A lot of members of the Twins Hall of Fame were on hand to help Torii celebrate. We welcome you back to Target Field. I'm Marnie Gellner. Torii Hunter is one of the most popular players this team has ever had. He's such a magnet around here, and we're reminded of that the last 2 nights when he's been here at the ballpark. But Torii is so willing to give back as well, and he's really embraced his role as being a mentor, especially to current Twins center fielder Byron Buxton. And Buxton is soaking up everything he can from Hunter and showing flashes as well with his bat and speed on the base paths, showing some promise in the field as well. Buxton's no Hunter, but he has made a couple of Hunter-like catches, finding his way as a Twin center fielder with guidance from one of the all-time greats.
He's meant a lot. I mean, especially coming up here last year, helping me out, helping me trying to understand the game more. It helps me as a player, but he helped me more as a person off the field. Just calling to check up on me or trying to hang out or any of the smallest things, that shows how much character and how much caring Torii is.
Buxton said he and Hunter talk about every other day, and sometimes they talk about baseball, but usually they talk about the important things, the things in life. And Dick and Bert, Byron Buxton could not have a better mentor than the newest inductee to the Twins Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely, Marnie. And of course, Byron has had to take a step back or two to hopefully take a couple steps forward. And in that sense, he's very similar to Torii Hunter as well, who was up very, very briefly in 1997. A little bit longer in 1998, about half the season in 99, about half the season in 2000. Spent a lot of time in the minor leagues going back and forth, and then look where he is tonight. You know, a Twins Hall of Famer. Terry Francona has his Indians team in first place and in a very enviable spot, because in his tenure with the Indians, he's managed somehow to get his team to play its best baseball in the second half. And they entered the second half with a 6.5-game lead in the division. Here's how they'll line up tonight. Carlos Santana, followed by Jason Kipnis, Francisco Lindor, Mike Napoli, Jose Ramirez, Lonnie Chisenhall, Juan Uribe, Tyler Naquin, and Chris Jimenez.
Very solid lineup right there, and they'll be facing Tyler Duffy here tonight. For Tyler Duffy is making his 15th start, his second against the Indians this year. His last start against the Indians back on May 15th in Cleveland. One of his better outings, 7 shutout innings against the Indians in a 5-1 win.
Duffy with a 3-game winning streak in his second start against the Cleveland Indians, and Carlos Santana greets everybody in the Twins dugout, home plate area, and he'll dig in as the first baseman tonight for the Indians. He'll be followed by Kipnis and Lindor.
You know, Dick, you mentioned his last 3 starts. Duffy 3-0, 2.25 ERA, and even though I was not here for some of those ball games, I saw he's starting to establish that fastball just like that, get ahead in the count, and then mixing in a breaking ball. I think for a while there when he was really struggling, he was going curveball, curveball, curveball. He forgot about the fastball, but seems like now he's attacking. He had a very good start in his last start against the Rangers.
That's behind Santana. I don't think it hit him. And Duffy making Santana do a little dance.
Well, you want to be aggressive, and you know what? That hitter has to guess what side of the plate you're going to throw to, and you can see that ball gets behind the knees of Santana. Make them move their feet. Well, Santana just moved his feet.
1-1. Now drifting outside, 2-1.
That's a changeup right there that has some movement down and away to left-handed hitters. Duffy just 25 years old. In his second season with the Twins.
And on the outside corner, 2-2.
Won his first major league game last year against the Twins in his second major league start. That first one was a mulligan. That one in Toronto. Just forget about that. He had an outstanding start against the Indians back on August 15th of 2015.
And that'll bleed into center field. Twins with 2 strikes on Santana had moved Sano over to the right side of second base. And about the only spot left open other than the third baseline itself was right over the second base bag. A leadoff single for Carlos Santana. Northland 4 defense for the Twins. One of the areas they need to improve on in the second half. Rosario gets left field. Buxton, of course, in center. Kepler in right. Sano, Nunez left side of the infield. Dozier, Mauer on the right side. And Centeno behind the plate.
Yeah, Twins have made 63 errors. That's the most in the American League.
Jason Kipnis takes outside, ball 1. When Duffy faced the Indians in the middle of May, 7 shutout innings, 6 hits. I'm going to say he scattered the 6 singles, but in reality, in a couple of innings, they got 2 hits, but never got a run across until after he left the ball game. And now in the dirt, 2-0.
Trevor Bauer was his mound opponent that day back in May, as he is here tonight. There are the numbers: 1 walk, 6 strikeouts for Duffy.
And now 3-0. Duffy having a hard time throwing strikes. 8 pitches and only 3 strikes. Well, made his last start, I think, more impressive. He faced the Rangers in back-to-back starts and didn't pitch particularly well on July 2nd. And a strike. Then faced the Rangers again, and we know the Rangers have a good lineup, score a lot of runs typically, particularly in Arlington. And he pitched much better the second time against the Rangers than he did the first time.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes remember that game on July 2nd. The Twins won that game 17-5.
Right.
So he had a lot of run support. He didn't want to walk anybody. He threw strikes. That ball just missing away, and a single, now a walk against Tyler Duffy. Only the 19th walk off of Duffy in 80 innings pitched.
The Indians are a first place team on merit. What that means for their opponents, you really can't give them any extra outs. You can't make mistakes. You need to play a clean game typically to beat them. We saw that again last night with Ervin Santana struggling with his control in the middle inning and cost him a couple of runs.
And they give themselves up too. Don't be surprised if Lindor maybe tries to lay down a bunt here. And there it is.
And it's a good bunt, but it's a foul ball.
That's the signs of a good team, where Lindor's hitting over 300. He's a good hitter, has a switch hitter from both sides of the plate.
But it's something too a lineup can do, and a manager can ask the lineup to do when you've got a top-ranked pitching staff. You know, early runs with this Cleveland pitching staff going the way it's been going mean a little bit more than scoring 1 or 2 runs early if you don't pitch very well.
They not only have the best ERA as a ball club, as a starting or a staff, but also the starting staff. The best.
Hit to right field, and Kepler with a sliding catch, and he makes a nice play to get the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Lindor hitting it sharply. Kepler out in right field, got a good jump on it. And Santana at second base, he went halfway. He maybe thought that ball was going to drop in, but Kepler with those long legs, the stride, good concentration, the little slide type catch, pops right back up and gets the ball in the infield.
And now Mike Napoli. Hit a big home run late for the Indians last night. You know, when you sign someone like Napoli, who's now in his mid-30s, you always do so with some risk, because you never know when it's the beginning of the end for a player. Napoli last year, Boston and Texas, and he had an okay year. He hit 18 home runs last year between those 2 teams in just over 400 at bats. He's already hit 19 home runs this year.
Well, he always has had that uppercut swing, and Duffy's thinking, how do I get a ground ball off of this guy that has that uppercut swing? 7 double plays turned behind Duffy so far.
There's a hard ground ball foul, 2 strikes.
Just a short, compact, powerful swing by Napoli.
We saw the power last night on a towering fly ball that just kept on going.
He has 223 career home runs. Came up with the Angels basically as a catcher back in 2006, then spent time with the Rangers and the Boston Red Sox.
Outside 1-2.
Oh,
Usually hit a ball this high, it doesn't carry this far.
Yeah, this is off of Ryan Presley. You know, that short, compact, powerful swing, and as a breaking ball stayed up, and that ball was up there and out there.
1-2 to Napoli. And a bouncer foul.
Career .253 hitter coming into this year, his 11th season in the big leagues. Napoli has hit it in 9 double plays.
And off the plate now 2-2.
Want to keep that pitch count down, especially the first 3 innings. Ervin Santana really struggled his first 3 innings, had over 50 pitches. Keep that pitch count in the late high 30s, low 40s if you can.
Pick off to second base and saved at second. And Brian Dozier points to the dugout saying, I think we better take a look at that one. I love that. I love catchers who do that. And Centeno sprang out of the box on ball 3 and may have picked off the runner.
Yeah, Centeno's got a strong arm, the quick tag.
Ooh.
Maybe Santana got that right hand back on the bag because Dozier ended up tagging him in the chest area. Joe Grabber asking Sean Harlan to take a look at it.
Again, it's the first inning, and it would be almost have to be absolute to get the call made, and I don't know that the Twins are going to risk losing a challenge on that.
When you see that runner slide back in like Santana, you always see the hand going up. They kind of, you know, the hand will go up as far as the fingers, and then the palm will touch the bag.
Yeah. Twins aren't going to challenge it, and it's a play they may have challenged in the 4th or 5th inning.
Right.
Full count now to Napoli, with Duffy trying to keep this first inning from blowing up in his face. Check swing, ball 4. They'll appeal, and it's a walk, and the bases are now loaded for red hot hitting Jose Ramirez.
A second walk of the inning for Duffy.
In Duffy's last start against the Rangers, 6 innings, 4 walks. Didn't walk anybody in his prior 3 starts.
Yeah, Duffy just making just his 25th major league start. Not a lot of innings at this level, of course. In 25 starts, only 138 innings pitched coming into this game.
Bases loaded, 1 down, and now Ramirez. He has been white hot as of late, before and after the break. And he lifts one foul and out of play. Averaged just a couple of ticks below 300, but a couple of big hits in the ball game last night.
I was reading the article. A lot of the Cleveland players giving Ramirez a lot of credit for their success. Switch hitting third baseman, outfielder. He's starting in left field here today.
That's to center field. Buxton over, running catch. There it is. Here comes the throw toward the plate, and it will not be in time. Another well hit ball. The Indians get Santana in from third and lead it 1-0.
Now, sacrifice fly by Ramirez. Sacrifice line drive out. Sacrifice fly. He hit that ball sharply. I don't know if Buxton could really had enough time to get behind that. Buxton got a good jump, but his first thing is catch the ball, and then the throw, one hopping Joe Mauer, and then into home plate as Santana scores the first run.
And now Lonnie Chisenhall.
So Ramirez picks up his 41st run batted in.
Anthony's a fastball and strike 1. How did you handle extra rest? Now, every pitcher has to deal with it. Almost every pitcher has to deal with getting extra time off during the All-Star break. And of course, the break now is 4 days and not 3.
Well, you have to throw a lot in between. You have to find a way to stay loose and stay ready and stay strong.
All in all, not a bad job by Duffy. Kind of a ragged inning for him, but he only gave up 1 run. The Indians come back to win 5-2. We'll see if the Twins can turn the tables on the Indians here in Game 2. Eduardo Nunez leading off with the Menards batting order. Then Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Brian Dozier, Max Kepler, Kenny Vargas, Eddie Rosario, Juan Centeno, and Byron Buxton.
And on the mound, it'll be Trevor Bauer, 25 years old, making his second start against the Twins, his 14th start overall. This is his 21st game. He started the season in the bullpen, then put into the rotation as he was last year in late April.
1-0 to Eduardo Nunez. Held hitless in the ballgame last night. To Hopper, to Santana. They'll go to the bag, and Nunez is retired. Bauer had a great June, 3-0, an ERA of 2.01, and an on-base average of 190. Here's the Northland Ford defense for the Indians. Jose Ramirez in left, Tyler Naquin in center, Lonnie Chisenhall in right. Uribe gets third base, Lindor, Kipnis up the middle, Santana at first, and Jimenez behind the plate.
Yeah, you talked about Bauer's numbers. You know, he had a little bit of a hiccup in his last start just before the All-Star break against the Yankees in Cleveland. Gave up 5 runs in 5 2/3 innings, but prior to that, you go over 7 starts prior to that, 4-0 with a 1.81 earned run average. So he's been pitching very, very good baseball.
Fastball down and away, getting a called strike on Mauer. And now over the inside corner for strike 2.
Now, Bauer's got a lot of pitches that can get you out. That last pitch, the changeup, fastball in the 90s. Very good over-the-top type curveball. He'll mix in a slider. There's a fastball.
Ooh, just missed.
And Jimenez wanted that pitch up a little bit, and the ball down, and just missed down and in.
3 fastballs to Mauer, and the count's 1-2. Breaking ball in the dirt.
Young man, kind of always been on his own program. He signed out of UCLA by the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2011. He was our #1 pick, 3rd overall pick in the 11 draft. The Arizona Diamondbacks kind of ran out of patience with this young man, trying to get him to corral in his exercise program and everything that he does, but it didn't work. They ended up trading him to the Indians in a 3-team trade back in December of 2012.
2-2.
A lot of talent.
And now a full count, so no on deck. Started the year in the bullpen, got a chance in the rotation when Carlos Carrasco, last night's starter, went out with a hamstring injury in late April. Full count to Mauer. Chop to the right side, easy play for Kipnis. 2 down.
Yeah, opponents coming into this ball game against Bauer hitting only 229, and it's not like he's had better success against righties or lefties. Lefties are hitting only 230, right-handers hitting only 228. He's given up 8 home runs, 4 to lefties, 4 to righties.
Miguel Sano batting. Sano just 1 for 8 against Bauer. Slow breaking ball, flips the corner.
Sano 1 hit in 4 at-bats in last night's ball game. Singled in the first inning, and then hit a sharp ground ball just like that Kipnis handled last night. This time he was unable to.
Hot ground ball, should be an error for Kipnis, but we'll see. And at any rate, Sano is at first.
I remember in his last game, or his last at bat in the 3rd inning last night. He hit that ball sharply, and Kipnis got in front of this ball, but the ball was hit so hard it got by him quickly. Came up a little bit more than he anticipated.
And it may have done so because it hit the back slope of the mound, and it is an error charged to Kipnis. And the inning is extended, and Brian Dozier will bat. And he takes strike 1. Dozier hasn't done well at all against Bauer. 2 hits, 20 at bats.
Well, offensively, Brian Dozier was the offense last night. A sacrifice RBI in the first, and then hitting his 15th home run later in the ball game for the 2 runs the Twins scored last night.
And On the outside corner, 0-2. Where Duffy was struggling to throw strikes, Bauer's not having issues with that at all. 13 pitches, 9 strikes. And Bauer gets ahead of Dozier, 0-2.
Making his 14th start. 9 quality starts in his first 13 starts for Bauer.
And down and away.
And I think a lot of people may, again, a quality start where the starter goes 6 innings or more and gives up 3 earned runs or less.
1-2. Chop foul. Dozier hitting a home run against Carrasco last night. And we see it happen the other way too. When the catcher sets up down and away and the pitch is up and in, particularly to someone like Dozier, the results aren't very positive. 7 home runs in a short period of time for Dozier. 1-2. And a liner to Kipnis. And the Twins leave Sano aboard after 1. The Indians lead it 1-0.
Yeah. Well, he's been pitching a lot better as of late. Again, the last 3 starts, 2.25 ERA and a 3-0 record. 7 outings prior to that. You can see the high earned run average, and a lot of those starts here at Target Field, where he has in 7 starts has an ERA over 7. So he needs to pitch better here at home.
Missing the outside corner ball, 1-1 Uribe.
His road ERA 3.07 in 7 starts. 7 starts here at Target Field, 7.45.
Now a fastball on the outside corner, 1-1.
Uribe in his first season with the Indians, 16th season for Uribe, who came up with the Rockies back in 2001. He's been around the block. 7 different major league teams in the 16 years.
2-1 to Uribe. Out in front, 2-2. He's one of those guys, and for that matter, the designated hitter tonight, Mike Napoli's another one. Veterans who are expected to lead in the clubhouse, and you get some production from them on the field. You expect to get some.
You know what he has? He has postseason experience, and that's what you want when you see guys like Lindor and Ramirez. You want veterans around him that have been to the big dance. Uribe's been to the big dance with the White Sox and the Giants and the Dodgers and the Mets.
Bouncer to third. Sano gets the second hop and fires to Mauer, 1 away. And Tyler Naquin will hit next. The Twins flex plan gives you the flexibility to choose your games and your number of seats. You can choose in advance or even the day of the game. So don't plan, flex plan. Go to twinsbaseball.com/flex or call 800-33-TWINS to learn more.
You know, little plays like Sano just made last night, and like that right there, getting Uribe. He doesn't hustle down. You know, he can't run down that line, say like a Buxton or somebody. But in last night's ball game, it was Napoli that he tried to hurry his throw. Right there, he almost took a second little crow hop to make sure he made a good throw. In last night's ball game, he threw the ball up the line, and Napoli ended up at second base, and the error was charged to Sano. That kind of gave the Indians, helped them get the first 2 runs of the ball game for them.
Naquin a little late on the fastball, and it's 0-2. Yeah, what the Twins want for Sano is to tighten up the routine plays. We've seen him make some extraordinary plays on bunts or swinging bunts in front of him, but none of that matters if you don't make the routine plays. Up and away.
Watch Sano right here. He comes in, make sure he gets it, opens up the glove, make sure he gets a good grip, and that's that little crow hop I was talking about. Make sure you get something on that ball. Uribe again, you know, he's not going to get down that line like maybe this guy can.
Setting and throwing. What an arm! Got him! What an arm by Miguel Sano! And we'll see if the Indians challenge it. An absolute rifle shot from behind the third base bag.
Terry Francona has that right leg on the dirt area, but Naquin, he can get down that line. Sano wound up, and boy, did he have something on that throw. The very good, powerful arm of Sano sets, and Naquin getting down that line quickly.
I think they got him. And the Indians will not challenge. That's an extraordinary play by Miguel Sano.
What a great throw. What a great play to go back and then maybe set up as he did with that right leg and push off like a pitcher would toward home plate and threw a Pete Mauer.
Well, we just talked about it. He's made the routine play. Now he's made the extraordinary play. 2 down in the second, and here's Chris Gimenez. Breaking ball over, strike 1.
Gimenez, 33 years old. This is his 3rd stint this season with the Cleveland Indians. Came up with the Indians in 2009, also a couple years ago in 2014. Spent some time with the Mariners, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Rangers.
0-2 quickly to Gimenez, getting a chance to start behind the plate for the slumping Yan Gomes. Fly ball right field. Kepler retreating a few steps, and on the warning track ends the inning. And Duffy does have a much better second inning. Escobar and Miguel Sano made a fine play in a 1-2-3 top of the second, and now Kepler, Vargas, and Rosario will hit in the Twins' second inning. And Kepler takes strike one from Bauer. One and one.
And Kepler's never faced Bauer.
Drill to left field. Ramirez going back and on the track makes the catch.
Yeah, Kepler last night
Yes.
hit 3 fly balls to left field.
One down on the second. Let's find Marty Gill.
Well, guys, Kenny Vargas is coming to the plate now, and he's trying to figure out a routine that works for him as a designated hitter, because he didn't DH that much in AAA. He was mostly playing first base. So he told me tonight that he texted David Ortiz, Big Papi, to get some advice, but Vargas said that Ortiz really feels so comfortable with the DH role that he doesn't have to do a whole lot, and that his advice wasn't all that helpful because there wasn't a lot there that Vargas could use. Kind of ironic, though, that you ask one of the best DHers there is in the game, and his advice just isn't that helpful, and it's because Vargas just has to figure out the routine that works for him, like that.
Another extra base hit. One of these days, he's going to mix in a triple. He may get a triple before he gets a single.
Unbelievable. His 9th hit since being recalled from AAA, and there's 6 doubles, 3 home runs of the 9 hits. So not a bad pitch. Watch his breaking ball down, but again, lefties like that ball down. He just dropped the barrel of the bat and lined it right into that right field corner. So the first hit of the ball game goes to Vargas. You know, Vargas and Ortiz kind of befriended themselves a couple springs ago down in Fort Myers. I believe, didn't Papi call him Little Papi?
All right. And now Eddie Rosario with the tying run at second and 1 away. Twins have hit some balls hard here against Bauer. The last 4 balls hit have been hit right on the button. Bell tie strike, 0-1.
Rosario, since being recalled on July 3rd, 7 games he's played in, he's hitting .387, 12 hits and 31 at bats.
1-1.
This is where guys, you know, you get sent down like Rosario did. Do you go down with your head between your legs and say, boy, you know, I don't know if I can play, or do you go down and really do something well? Well, he struggled when he first went down, and then finally found his swing, and here he is again, getting an opportunity to play for the Twins.
Like that strike 2 call.
Yeah.
He was surprised when he was sent down, and I think that you can account for his poor start at AAA in part because he really was, whether he should have been or not, he was stunned when the Twins sent him down. A high fly to right, and going back is Chisenhall on the track to make the catch. Vargas will go to third, 2 away. So,
you know, we were sitting on that field earlier, Dick. You know, first of all, you did a great job of the introduction of Torrey Hunter and everything. But we were sitting on that field, and we could feel the wind in our back a little bit. So there's that swirl that goes around Target Field, but a little bit of breeze coming in from right field may have held that ball up just a little bit.
It's, using the barrels of the bats here in the early innings against Bauer. It'll take Centeno's 2-out hit to get the game tied up. Rosario just missed, dropping one into the right field seats. We've seen Centeno hitting just to 229, but he's developed a bit of a knack of hitting in the clutch.
You know, you're looking at a young man that has spent a lot of time in the minor leagues. Centeno, 26 years old, but 9 minor league seasons with the Mets and the Brewers. He was a .280 hitter in those 9 seasons in the minor leagues, so he's not your typical backup catcher, someone like a Drew Butera that maybe doesn't give you a lot of hits, but more of a defensive catcher. This guy can also swing the bat.
I think Bauer wondering where that pitch was. It's 2-0 to Centeno. Centeno hit a home run in Cleveland, leading the Twins to a win back in May.
Yeah, that off of Corey Kluber in the Twins 6-3 win.
Dribble to the right side.
That was
Santana
his first.
Goes to the bag.
And that was his first major league home run.
Vargas left at third. It's 1-0 Cleveland after 2. Torrey Hunter will join us in the third inning. Dick Bramer and Bert Blyleven up here in the broadcast booth, and it was our distinct pleasure to witness most of Torrey Hunter's Twins Hall of Fame career. We had a really good seat for all those great catches, the dramatic hits, the late home runs, and Torrey, congratulations on getting into the Hall of Fame. Great job on the speech, and I know you're glad it's over with.
Oh man, I've been trying to write that speech for about 2 weeks, and
you said you were nervous.
I was nervous. I couldn't believe
That's
that.
not like you.
I'm never nervous. You know, Eddie cracking jokes right there and making me laugh. Ground ball to Dozier, and then throws it to first.
Oh, why don't you just go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
You don't need me here.
You know, it was a reaction. I'm sorry.
You do that in center field too when you played all those years in center field. There's a ground ball to Dozier.
Yeah, I actually had a little practice. I would do that in the outfield because I feel like, all right, I need a job after baseball.
I got to be honest. At the breakfast thing this morning, I did mention, you know, how great it was an honor for you to be in the Twins Hall of Fame, along with so many great players. But all those great catches, the pitcher just doesn't get enough credit by laying that ball in there to make you outfielders the heroes you could become.
You know what?
All those gold gloves, you should get them to Brad Radke or somebody like that.
Man, you know what? Brad Radke, you know, all the guys that I played behind, and I tried to run and make plays and different things like that. I've never gotten a Rolex watch or anything like that. Not even a Timex. Not even.
Well, we're going to have Brad Radke on here later. I'll ask him to get you one.
Yeah. When you have him on there, just tell him he owes me.
Okay.
You know, and but you guys don't want that credit. You don't want credit for making an outfielder great.
Well, you played 19 years, Torrey. You missed the game. I know you went to spring training with the Twins. You worked with Sano out in right field, and you missed the game.
I really do miss the game, but more importantly, just the clubhouse chemistry, the camaraderie, the chemistry that we have in the clubhouse, that brotherhood and just that togetherness that we have, man. I really miss that in the clubhouse. You can't find it anywhere. And so The game, I actually played my heart out. I played with no regrets. So I have no regrets in this game.
You know, you're one guy, and there's a base hit right there by Kepnes, getting his first hit, second hit for the Indians. But you're a guy that said, okay, this is my last year. There's a lot of guys that would have liked to have been in your position, but you know deep down, like David Ortiz is going through, you looked in the mirror and say, this is it.
Man, I did. You know what? At the end of the season last year, I kind of felt it coming on. My mind was starting to go. It wasn't really my body. It was just more mental. I started thinking about my family a lot more and thinking about, you know, coming to help my boys become men and my wife, being with my wife. And it's just, you know, when you start doing that, you know you're getting older in the game. And
how did your wife want to be introduced today?
She said, she said, you introduced me like lovely, beautiful, drop dead gorgeous. And so she put that in there and I had to say it.
Oh, she is beautiful.
Thank you.
You got
should be a double play grounder here, and the Twins get the double play grounder. We'll have more from Torii Hunter in the bottom of the third when Byron Buxton leads things off for the Twins. Hall of Fame weekend, and the honoree tonight, Torii Hunter, with us. And you look at Torii Hunter and his career and where it's led him, and I don't know, there's some similarities between the start of your career and what Byron's had to go through, spending a little time down in the minor leagues, as we said earlier, taking a step back in the hopes of taking 2 steps forward.
Well, you know, just Byron, you just give him a little time. I definitely think, you know, he's going to figure some things out. The guy's fast. I mean, he can make a single into a double. He can make a double into a triple. So, I mean, that athletic ability, you just got to let him play and see what happens after 1,500 at-bats. And I think once he gets that wisdom and that understanding, get some veteran guys around him, I think he's going to learn a lot more.
1-1 to Buxton.
Torii, I know you give Kirby Puckett a lot of credit, but who is your biggest mentor, I guess, you know, coming up through the Twins organization? Was it Kirby?
You know, Kirby was in and out. You know, spring training, we were always together. Even when he retired early, you know, I was in the clubhouse. He would come in sporadically. And I think that Matt Lawton and Eddie Guardado had a lot to do with, you know, shaping me in the game of baseball and showing me how to, you know, carry myself and what to do, what time to be here, do this, make sure you say this, say that. And so I think Matt Lawton and Eddie Guardado has something to do with that.
Big mistake by Bauer as he just issued a leadoff walk to Byron Buxton. Well, our Sanford Health Injury Report deals with our guest of honor and how injury-free he was. Other than the play at Fenway Park when you broke your ankle, you remain remarkably healthy given the walls that you ran into, the rugs, you know, the rug burns that you had at the Metrodome, and just playing on that hard surface night after night. How in the world did you do that?
Hey, man, I thank God for that one because, you know, playing on turf day in and day out, I mean, you got knees and your ankles, your hips, and your lower back, because the turf is not really a normal surface.
Right.
And you just don't, you can't play on that because it's not God-given. I definitely think that just playing on that, getting in that whirlpool every day, you know, you might take some Tylenol every once in a while. I don't want to get Tylenol no credit right now, but you do have to do some things and get massages and different things like that if you want to compete on a day-to-day basis. Nice.
And a base hit right field behind Buxton. He'll fly to third. Chisenhall comes up firing.
Look at Nooney.
And Nunez driving a base hit to right. The Twins look like they might take advantage of the leadoff walk.
Yeah, Nunez got an 0 in last night's ball game, but you know, the all-star inside out swing, and that's what we've seen Nunez do a good job of right here. Look at the pitch, stayed up, inside out swing, lining it past Santana, who was holding on Buxton.
I've said this numerous of times that Nunez has been around some great guys in the game. He's been around Derek Jeter, Mark Teixeira, A-Rod. He knows how to play the game in and out, through and through. And I'm pretty sure they gave him some secrets here and there. And one reason why he goes the other way well is I'm pretty sure he's watched a guy that's going to be in the Hall of Fame, and that's Derek Jeter.
Right.
Well, you know, Torrey, you know, Nunez himself saying, I get a chance to play every day now. I mean, in New York, he didn't get that opportunity. Yeah. And when he did, they stuck him in the outfield where, you know, he's an infielder. So, yeah. You know, he played in 103 ball games one year with the Yankees, but that wasn't his position.
Yes.
So now he's, you know, feels comfortable at short. Right there talking to Butch Davis. But you know what? I mean, how do you explain to somebody saying, hey, you know, you got an opportunity to play every day. So if you went 0 for 4, you weren't afraid of going 0 for 4 because you knew you could get 4 hits. You're going to be in the lineup the next day.
Man, it's tough, man. I tried to keep his spirits up last year. You know, when he came in, he gives us a chance to win. You know, it's a lot of excitement when he played the game. He'll play 2 or 3 games a week. But I definitely think you just go in, you talk to him and say, hey, man, keep working hard, keep standing in the cage, because you never know, somebody could get hurt, and you probably have to take that position and go out and help us win. But you got to keep a guy like that upbeat because he's so used to playing every day. He's such a great athlete and has so much information.
Well, and that's what happened. Escobar got hurt. Nunez got an opportunity to play every day, and he's run with it. He made the All-Star team. My goodness.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, he's very exciting right now, man. And last year, I told you, when he came in, he was excited to watch.
2-0 to Mauer. Twins trying to tie the game up here in the third. And now 3-0. Bauer struggling. He had kind of a rough start his last time out. And now the Twins trying to take advantage of his erratic control in the third. The big man, Sano, on deck.
Well, you don't see Joe Mauer swing at a 0-3 or 3-0 pitch too often.
No.
See if he'll take right here. Make Bauer throw a strike.
He is not swinging.
And a strike on the outside corner.
Now he might go deep.
Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven, joined by Torrey Hunter in town for Hall of Fame induction weekend. Inducted into the Hall of Fame in a pregame ceremony just a few minutes ago. And now Buxton at third, infield of course playing back. 3-1 to Mauer.
So you're calling him going deep right here. Oh. That's ball 4.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Now they're loaded up for Miguel Sano.
That's the wrong guy.
Hey, we want to bring back one of my favorite Torrey Hunter memories, and it was against the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah. Hey, he hit me pretty hard, man. I think he was upset I hit a home run. Why would I do that? Why would I do that?
Yeah.
Look at Garvey.
As a former player, I love that. I love the emotion that you showed right there. You hit me, I'm going to try to hit you back. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
I hit him with the same ball he hit me with. So we were even. We shouldn't have got fined or suspended. I had calls from Willie Mays. I had calls from Ken Griffey Jr. All the players of the past that said, wow, that's what I always wanted to do, and I just had no courage to do it.
Trevor Bauer walking a tightrope here. He's fallen behind Sano 1-0 with the bases loaded. 2 walks in the inning. Nunez with a base hit. The Twins with their biggest power threat at the plate. Foul ball. He got a pitch to hit and lifted it foul down the right field line.
Well, Twins have one grand slam this year. That off the bat of Max Kepler just before the All-Star break. Twins would like to see Sano drive one deep here.
He's definitely throwing off speed. Threw a fastball inside. It was a little late, jammed him a little bit. He loves his curveball, used to.
Bauer got ahead of Buxton and lost him to a walk. Now 1-1 to Sano.
And Bauer is a strikeout pitcher. 91 strikeouts and 101 innings coming into this game. That's what he's thinking here.
But he has faced 11 batters and has yet to strike out.
Right.
Cutter right there, right? Slider.
Yep. 2-1.
You know, I know you faced Rivera. It didn't seem like a lot of pitchers threw that cutter, but now in today's game, everybody throws that cutter.
Everybody throws a cutter. Mariano had success. Another.
Gonna miss 2 and 2.
That's another cutter.
Yep, at 89 miles an hour. Now, a cutter, what's the difference between a cutter and a slider as a hitter?
A cutter comes out more like a true fastball. It's just like a little late cut. They throw it like a fastball, but with a little pressure on the middle finger.
And a slider's a little bigger break?
Yeah, slider's more like between the curveball and the cutter.
Okay.
And it breaks really downward. Cutters actually. Oh,
took a call, third strike.
That's the curveball, right?
That's the curveball right there. It kind of froze Sano.
He loves it with 2 strikes. He's always throwing it 1-2, 2-2. He pretty much throws it 80% of the time.
He has a very good curveball, and even though that ball was left up, you look at Sano's reaction. Watch his reaction. Whoop.
Yep.
Gonna follow it all the way in, but that ball came back into the strike zone.
Now suddenly a big at bat for Dozier. He lined out to Kipnis his first time up, just 2 hits in 21 at bats against Bauer, and the Twins need to cash in here and at the very least get the game tied up.
No fastballs.
Ball 1.
He won't get any fastballs.
You know, you've been up here describing Bauer as if you played for the Indians and watched him pitch in every one of his starts. But when did that start with you, that you really started paying attention to what people were trying to do to you at the plate?
I will have to say, you know, it started in 2000. In 2000, actually, when Paul Molitor was a bench coach, and he actually taught me how to watch pitchers, what to look for, and so I really got into studying pitchers, you know, when Paul Molitor was our bench coach. He's taught me a lot, man, in this game, and I kind of carried it with me for the next 15, 20 years.
High fly center field. Going back is Naquin. Buxton will tag and score easily. And Bauer will go halfway and retreat.
Nice.
And Dozier, who drove in both Twins runs last night, gets the game tied up with a fly ball here in the third.
Yeah, 46 RBIs now for Brian Dozier as that sacrifice fly makes it a 1-1 ball game.
And that'll bring up Max Kepler.
That's why I said he wasn't going to get a fastball, because if he did, he just missed that ball. He hit it far enough to get a sacrifice fly, but he really could have did some damage with that.
Twins fans are pretty excited about this guy. You had a chance to work with him a little bit in spring training. Saw him very briefly at the end of last year. What do you think of Max Kepler?
Man, this guy, man, if you give him a little time and get to know the league, I definitely think he's going to put up some numbers. When you're left-handed, I mean, it's special, you know, and he can go all parts of the field. That's why you don't see that shift too much, but he goes all parts of the field, and you give him a little time, a little experience. He has good patience at the plate. So I definitely think in about a year or two, it's going to be a lot of fun watching him play.
We've seen him in this series being pitched away, and every ball he's put in play has been hit to the left side.
Torrey, we showed this last night. You know, Naquin out in center and Chisenhall in right. They seem to be playing very shallow.
They are. Yeah, they're playing pretty shallow. I don't know if they're looking to see if they're looking at their information about far as are they hitting a lot of home runs? Do they, you know, 80% of the time are they going from normal to deep, or 80% of the time they're going normal to shallow? So the Twins might not be hitting balls to the wall as much, so they're trying to take away their 80% and let them have the 20%.
Now, as a center fielder like you were, and a great center fielder at that, was there a certain spot that you always started at, or did you try to see what the hitter would do?
When I didn't know a hitter, I had spots. You know, I would line up like a right-handed hitter. I would line up on the left side of second base on a right-handed hitter. But if I knew him and I knew he was going the opposite way, you know, 80% of the time, all I want to do is take away your 80%. I'm going to let you have the 20%, and I'm going to try to run that 20% down. But I want to definitely take away your 80%. So wherever you're hitting the ball 80% of the time, that's where I'm going to play. And if you happen to hit it at the 20%, yeah, it might make me look bad, but hey, you can have it because you don't do it all the time.
Check swing, but he went. Kepler strikes out, and Bauer pitches out of a bases loaded, nobody out situation, and simply gives up the game-tying run, and it's one apiece. And our thanks to the newest Twins Hall of Famer, Torii Hunter.
Thank you, Torii.
Thank you.
Tying the game in the bottom of the third, now to the fourth. Mike Napoli will lead things off, and it is our pleasure to bring back one of the returning Twins Hall of Famers, Brad Radke. I told you before, you look like you could still go out there. I don't know about 6 innings, but it looks like you could be good for 5.
Yeah, I can probably do a good 5 pitches or something before something falls off.
Hey, thank you for coming back. I think one of the great things for me, and I think Bert would tell you this too, when we have these Hall of Fame things, it's nice to see the guys who've been inducted come back and want to be part of the latest induction ceremony. So thank you on behalf of the Twins for coming back for this.
Well, no thanks needed. You know, it's just a great opportunity to come back and see everybody, and it's a great honor. Obviously, a great honor, and you know, it's just nice to come back up here, see the fans, and say hi to everybody, and have a good time.
Yeah, speaking of the fans, I think the fans would like to know, what's Brad Radke doing today, as far as, you know, I know you've got 2 sons that you're very involved with. Your wife is all over I know my wife follows her on Facebook. She's all over the place. But how about Brad Radke? What's up?
I'll probably bore everybody. You know, it's going to be very, 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 very simple here. Not much, you know, just hanging out, being a family man, and doing some odds and ends around the house.
Fishing, I presume.
Yeah, of course, doing a little bit of fishing now and then. But you know, that's really about it. Just waiting for my youngest. He's going to be a junior in high school next year, and he's playing some basketball. So just kind of watching him do his thing. And my oldest is going to be a junior in college, and he's on the baseball team at University of Tampa, and just watching him to do his thing.
Talk to him. He's a pitcher too.
He's a crafty lefty.
Oh, good for him.
One down, Napoli grounding out. Brad Radke was a really good pitcher on some Twins teams that weren't very good, but then you were kind of the cornerstone guy for these division-winning teams that we've reflected on so often recently. How gratifying was that for you? Because the team around you got to see it get better to the point where almost on an annual basis the team was in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was really amazing to see. You know, I mean, mid-90s, late to mid-90s. It was a struggle, but you know, brought some guys in that really wanted to play hard, and a great group of guys, in the clubhouse. A lot of fun to be around, and we just gelled and we did our thing.
The batter is Jose Ramirez. He drove in Cleveland's run with a sacrifice fly to center, and now Mauer knocks it down, and Duffy covers. 2 away. Well, most wins in the state of Minnesota, and you've got Jim Cotton and you've got Brad Radke, who pitched 85 victories in the Metrodome. I'm guessing you would have enjoyed pitching in this ballpark, right?
Yeah,
More than the Metrodome?
Well, I still would have given it up here too. You know,
hey, give me 5 on that. I could do that.
Yeah. Well, how about putting most home runs given up in Twins territory? I'll be up there.
I think I'm up there too. So, hey, you know what, Brad? I got to ask you something, because we got a lot of viewers that have, you know, young kids that maybe one day want to pitch in the big major league level. You had excellent control, not only of your fastball, but that changeup and then your breaking ball. Where did you learn your control, and how at a young age did you focus into that strike zone?
Oh gosh, it was young. You know, Little League, you know, 10, 11, 12 years old.
If you don't mind, we'll continue this conversation after the
just
break.
like when he was pitching, a quick 1, 2, 3 inning with 3 ground ball outs.
Gotta love that.
More from Brad Radke in a moment. Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. And by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Tied at 1, game 2 of a 3-game series. Twins hitting now, bottom of the 4th. Kenny Vargas doubled into the right field corner his first time up. He's taken a ball, now he's taken a strike. And we're very happy to have up in the booth the inductee from 2009, the class of 2009, the Twins Hall of Fame, Brad Radke. And you are here to honor a former teammate of yours, Torii Hunter, who was inducted tonight, and also for John Gordon, who will be inducted tomorrow. 2-1 and a ball tap foul. And you know, when we think of Torii, I think we naturally think of the great catches in center field, maybe some of the clutch hits. But in my book, the play that stands out was the play in Chicago, the collision with Jamie Burke, the catcher, at the plate. There's a ball grounded to the right side.
Hey, and
Kenny Vargas has a single, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, he should get the ball right here.
2 hits tonight. This is a play in Chicago, and I thought it was a telltale play in terms of what the man meant and how fiercely, intensely he played the game. Now, you couldn't do that now. You'd get thrown in jail if you did that now. But to me, that kind of signifies the intensity Torii brought, but also the intensity that group brought from like 15 years ago, that group that survived contraction and moved forward, 2 ingredients, one of them was vinegar. You mean you guys had some pretty intense people on that roster.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, everybody played with passion, played with heart, and
there's a drive to left center and deep off the bat of Rosario. That ball is off the base of the wall. Vargas only rounding second, going to third, and Rosario has a double.
Now Rosario got a pitch up and away and just gave it a ride to the deepest part, right at that 377 mark in left center. Vargas kind of had to hang around second base to make sure that Ramirez doesn't catch up to this ball, and does make it over to third on the double for Rosario's 8th double of the year. And again, since his return, he's been swinging a good bat.
Twins getting the minimum out of the maximum in the third. Bases loaded, nobody out. They only got 1 run, but they're right back here in the 4th inning, threatening to take a lead. Centeno will bat.
Well, I got to be honest with you. When Torrey was here, you know, I said it even at the breakfast. Pitchers don't get enough credit for making those pitches that brought, you know, outfielders to the wall to make their great catches. And Torrey did say, you know what? I said, you know, you should get some credit. Some of the Gold Gloves, maybe you should have gotten one of his Gold Gloves. But then Torrey said that, you know, I don't remember Brad Radke ever giving me a Rolex for making those catches. So I think he wants a Rolex.
Yeah.
Fat chance?
Yeah, he's right about that. You know, but he still got the gold. He still got the gold.
Yes, he did.
1 strike to Centeno, infield halfway in. They only have to play halfway in because Vargas doesn't run well at third. And now it's 0-2 to Centeno. Bauer got a big strikeout of Sano with the bases loaded, nobody out in the third. Now he'll go after Centeno.
You know, Brad, I go back to what I was talking about. Where did you learn your control, especially of your fastball and your changeup?
Yeah, I was young. It was, at first you learn to throw strikes no matter where it is, and then once you start getting good at that, then you start aiming for the corners. You know,
swing, but he went.
That's what pitching's all about.
Bauer picking up some strikeouts when he needs those strikeouts. His third, and a third in the last inning and a third.
Does it surprise you that some guys that you played with are still playing? Guys like Ortiz, A.J. Pierzynski.
Yeah, well, good for them. You know, I played as long as I could, but I mean, good for them. I mean, it's good to see, and they're blessed. You know, they're blessed that they've been healthy throughout pretty much their whole career, and still putting up numbers.
Now, I know you live down in Florida. You still follow the Twins?
Absolutely. You know, I got the baseball package, you know, on the TV, and every once in a while I'll flip a game on and check the team out and check out the box score in the newspaper, and hopefully they're on a winning combination.
Big at bat now here for Buxton after the strikeout of Centeno. The Twins didn't get much out of the third inning and want to get something here in the fourth. Buxton takes a ball. The third inning rally started when Bauer got ahead of Buxton 1-2 and then lost him to a walk.
He walked 2 last inning and then picked up a couple big 2 strikeouts. And we just saw him strike out Centeno for the first out.
And a breaking ball away, and what Torrey Hunter promised during the third inning. We might see here in this at bat, no fastballs. Going to be one breaking ball, an off-speed pitch after another from Bauer.
Did you ever throw a cutter? Because in today's game, Bauer, looks like when he gets into trouble, he's throwing that cutter to get ahead and then the curveball.
Yeah, the last pitch was a pretty good pitch, but no.
That's down the right field line. Buxton running as if it's going to stay fair, and it is just foul. And Chisenhall making an effort, and a fine effort at that, sliding into the sidewall. It's 1-2.
Yeah, it was more. I mean, I tried to do a cutter, but I just couldn't. I couldn't perfect it. Threw a slider, but just couldn't perfect a cutter.
Now, did you throw the circle changeup?
It was almost like a circle. I've seen pictures of me holding it, and sometimes it looked like a true circle. I think that's when I got in trouble. I think that's when I was gripping it a little too hard. It wasn't. It was almost like a half.
Okay,
like
because you know Frank Viola had that great circle changeup as Santana did. Who taught you the off-speed pitch, the circle changeup? I have a baseball right here.
Yep.
Can you just show maybe the grip of how you threw it to our fans at home?
Yeah, it was like it's almost like a circle. A true circle is kind of like holding it like that. But I just kind of had my thumb on the seams and just had my index finger just like a dead finger there. Okay. And you know,
almost like a dead fish. Just
yeah, pretty much. Rick Anderson, you know, he was my pitching coach in the minor leagues for a couple of years, and of course up here in the big leagues for many years. And you know, he was excellent. I mean, he was a really good coach. He showed me that pitch, and you know, I mean, I owe him, you know, a lot showing me that. And you know, that was my bread and butter pitch, of course, and it helped me out quite a bit.
Buxton taps a 2-2 pitch foul.
I'm going to kind of disagree with you because your bread and butter pitch was your fastball. You had excellent control, and that was just the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the command of the fastball is always a key.
Right.
I mean, you always start with that.
And I think that's what I was saying. There's young kids out there that, you know, want to throw the curveball or the changeup, but hey, like you mentioned, the control of the fastball first. See the visualization of the strike zone, hit it, and hopefully good things will happen.
Vargas is going to come home, and he's out at the plate. Kipnis throwing home, and Vargas is out. He tried to evade the tag of Jimenez, and Kipnis's throw there in time to get him. And the Twins might take a lead, take a look at this here and see if they might take the lead.
Well, the ball hit sharply right there. Vargas didn't get the best of jump right there, but Jimenez gets it and dives right on the plate.
I don't know.
And is he able to get that hand on the bag? Ooh, did he touch home plate?
Did he sweep the back end of home plate?
Right. See the bat right there. Get out of the way. Trying to get that right hand on the plate.
I don't know that he ever touched the plate. Yep. Twins have decided not to challenge. And if they're going to get anything out of this fourth inning rally, they're going to need a hit here from Nunez. Does Vargas ever touch the plate?
He tries it with his right hand. Nope. Never even. Well, he got the black of the plate.
Does that count? Of the plate.
See, Brad said, does that count? See, there is a black on the plate.
There is a black.
Yes, there is.
It depends on who's umping back there.
Here is Nunez, and the Twins desperately need a 2-out hit. There goes Buxton, and Jimenez won't even throw. It'll be a stolen base, and the Twins have speed on the bases now with Rosario at third and Buxton at second.
Yeah, Buxton credited with his 7th stolen base in 7 attempts. And Jimenez doing the right thing, holding on to that ball.
But Bert, yeah, you know, pitching's all about command and control, of course, but movement is also. I mean, you can go out there if you have great command of your fastball. You can basically almost at times throw.
Grounder right over the bag. Santana's there, and the Twins start the inning with a single and a double. Don't score. We're still tied at 1. And our thanks to Hall of Famer Brad Radke for the visit. Great to see you
guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Always. Thank you.
morning where we are in the Minnesota Lottery Winners Circle. $100 worth of scratch-off tickets for Abby here from Crosby, Minnesota, celebrating her birthday tonight. First time her birthday has landed on a Twins home game night. But the sign I'm curious about is this one about Dan Gladden. What is this, Abby?
Well, I really wanted Dan Gladden to come down and have a birthday drink with me, but then I was informed that he's sick tonight and can't. So I met him several years ago at Twins Winter Caravan, and he promised me to have a drink with me someday, and I was hoping it was going to be tonight. And I even brought along one of his cards, hoping he'd autograph it for me. But hopefully you're watching at home, Danny, and maybe someday we'll get to have that drink, but I guess not tonight.
Well, you're making your poor husband hold the sign for you. Danny's sick at home, and I know what he's doing at home, watching Twins baseball on TV.
Absolutely.
So you got a shot, Abby. Happy birthday.
Thank you. And thank you, Minnesota Twins. Go Twins.
Happy birthday, young lady, and thank you, Marty.
Ball one to Naquin. Uribe hit the first pitch of the inning into left field for a base hit. Crosby, Minnesota, of course, paired with Ironton, one of many hated rivals of my high school team at Staples. Crosby, Ironton, the Rangers.
Yeah, they must have beat you, huh?
Yes. Well, everybody beat us, but Aiken Gobblers, Wadena, Little Falls, everywhere we went. We were a terrible road team. We weren't much better at home, but we were terrible on the road. 1-0 to Naquin. And a ball hit to right field, and that'll die in front of Kepler. And Uribe will hold up at second. The Twins, who did not get much out of the third and fourth inning rallies, now see the Indians in the fifth start the inning with a pair of singles. Garbage Time with Katie Nolan has been called epic, witty, and refreshing. The future of sports TV. Don't miss an all-new episode of the Emmy-winning sensation Wednesday at 10:30 p.m. Central, only on FS1. Bottom of the Cleveland lineup, and now Uribe and Naquin have singled. Here's Chris Jimenez in what might be a bunting situation.
Duffy
here.
has a couple walks in a ball game, no strikeouts. First time he's given up back-to-back singles. All 4 hits have been singles. He needs a double play like he's able to get in the third inning off the bat of Lindor. Jimenez right there trying to lay down a sacrifice bunt, move the runners up a base.
I'm a bunting guy. I think a well-placed bunt can turn a ball game around. But it sure seems like, and that's not just the Twins, the success rate for bunting has never been lower. I would put it at about 13%.
It's a lost art.
It's terrible. See if Jimenez is asked to put it on the ground again.
I'm sure he's going to be right here. He does not have a sacrifice yet this year.
Up and away, and Centeno bluffs a throw to second. You see guys who are in a sacrifice situation like Jimenez now, and they bunt like they're trying to bunt for a base hit.
All you want to do if you're in this situation for Jimenez is just lay the ball down towards Sano at third. Make him come off the bag so Uribe can get over to third base just like that.
Man alive. Man alive. Sano picked up the ball. It was a perfect bunt by Jimenez.
Yep.
And that arm strength is incredible, and he just barely got Jimenez, although the Indians may take a look at this one.
Terry Francona has that right leg out on the turf, the dirt in front of his dugout. And Jimenez lays down a good bunt. Sano barehands it, shows off that strong arm, and it's a bang bang play.
Oh, you got him.
So nice defensive play by Sano, but Jimenez does his job.
And we'll see if Duffy can pitch out of this now with Santana at the plate. And 1 away. Santana with a single and a run scored in the first, and then he hit a ground ball to Dozier in the third.
Well, again, Duffy does not have a strikeout yet in the ball game.
And Bauer got some big ones as he tried to pitch his way out of the mess he created in the third and again in the fourth. Swing and a foul tip, 1 strike. His strikeout pitch is the breaking ball. And the changeup, I guess.
Santana pretty good as far as making contact. He has struck out 58 times in 335 plate appearances.
And now 0-2. Santana from this side of the plate, 44 strikeouts.
in 240 at bats.
Well, 2 straight breaking balls. Does he stay with that? Does he try to throw a fastball in? Or if he could throw that good curveball down underneath the swing. Santana asking time. Duffy stepping off.
We've seen Duffy use the changeup more frequently in his last few starts and getting some strikeouts with it.
I think he's going to go well. High fastball. Breaking ball right there. So Centeno does a good job of keeping it in front of him. You know, I got a lot of strikeouts on curveballs in situations like this. Do you want to try to throw it almost down and in? Lefties want to have that ball. They like that ball down and in, but if you get that ball underneath that swing.
And that comes out of Centeno's glove, and no chance for Uribe to come in from third base. And it's 2-2.
And I have seen Duffy get a lot of his strikeouts throwing it underneath that swing of left-handed hitters. This one here just a high fastball, and Centeno getting to it quickly.
I hear from time to time about pitcher changing the eye angle. Santana had to look up at that pitch as it sailed in front of him. And now 2-2. And a breaking ball lifted foul out of play.
See, that curveball had a little bit too much of the plate right there. You want it down and in, almost at the shoes of Santana, if you can make that thing break down and in. And Duffy has a good curveball.
Except for that wild fastball, pitch number 4, everything's been down around the knees.
Yeah, you almost want that 5 to be where 1 is.
And a hot ground ball past Mauer. Uribe will score. Naquin behind him. Digging for second is Santana. The throw skips by Nunez, and it's a 2-run double for Carlos Santana.
He tried to curveball again, but again he left it out over the plate, and Santana just turns on it, hits it past Mauer at first into that left field corner. And the Indians take advantage of the leadoff singles by Uribe and Naquin. And the sacrifice bunt. And Santana hits that ball sharply down that right field line.
So now a 3-1 ball game. Runner at second, 1 down for Jason Kipnis. Indians took control of the game last night in the middle inning, scoring a couple of runs in the 4th and then a couple in the 6th, 1 in the 8th, and now 2 so far here in the 5th inning. Swinging a foul, 0-2. Indians out hitting the Twins 5-4, now leading by a pair of runs. On the outside corner, perfect pitch, out number 2.
And there's the first strikeout for Duffy. It just came a hit or 2 late. Well, this is an outstanding fastball down and away. Centeno sitting right there, not moving the glove much.
Fox Tracks presented by Jeep. 2 down, and now Francisco Lindor. He's lined to Kepler in right, bounced into an inning-ending double play. Speed pitch, and he gets ahead, 0-1.
Lindor, one of the 3 All-Star representatives for the Indians this year, making his first All-Star appearance.
A fastball by him, got a swing and a miss, 0-2. I suppose you go up there, as Santana apparently did, looking curveball, curveball, curveball. And now an otherwise unoverpowering fastball suddenly looks a few miles per hour faster.
And again, that's what I saw him do his last 3 starts. You know, he's got a good curveball, but he's got to trust that fastball.
rules away from Centeno, but not far enough for Santana to advance. 1-2.
It's not an overpowering fastball. It might top out at 91, 92. But changing speeds, exactly what Brad Radke was talking about, changing speeds and throwing strikes. A lot of pitches, 75 pitches, 51 strikes.
1-2 to Lindor. 2-2.
A good take right there by Lindor. I think this young man's going to be in a lot of all-star games. Lindor, only 22 years old. Born in Puerto Rico. Signed out of Florida by the Indians in 2011.
And a called third strike. Duffy got a couple of strikeouts, but after a 2-run double by Carlos Santana, it's 3-1 Cleveland. Pepsi fans of the game treated to a special pregame ceremony honoring Torii Hunter, the latest inductee into the Twins Hall of Fame. And the Twins are hoping for a dance party tonight, but now they're down a couple runs. Joe Mauer takes up high, ball 1. Mauer bounced to second in the first inning, then drew a walk in the third.
Well, Mauer's had a couple stressful innings the last two, but Twins haven't had the opportunity to get that big hit.
Bases loaded, nobody out in the third. They got a run. Second and third, nobody out in the fourth, and they didn't score at all. And then they saw the Indians use a sacrifice bunt as a key play in the 2-run top of the inning. Strike called, 2-1. As we remarked last night, the story goes in baseball that the Indians have built a young, talented starting rotation. There's a ball lifted to deep left center, headed toward the gap, and caught on the warning track by Ramirez. A long run by Jose Ramirez, and he got there to take an extra base hit away from Joe Mauer.
Yeah, that's almost the same spot that Kepler ended up getting that base hit. Excuse me, Rosario hit that ball. This ball maybe a little bit higher, and that allowed Ramirez and his speed to get underneath it. Made a nice running catch, almost against the wall. Nice concentration by Ramirez.
And now Miguel Sano. Strike on the outside corner. If you wanted to pick out an early at bat where this game swung in Cleveland's favor, it might have been Sano's at bat in the third inning. Half swing, and now strike 2. Twins were threatening. They were down 1-0. The bases loaded, nobody out, and Bauer fell behind Sano 2-0 and came back to strike him out looking. Got him on a breaking ball. And 3 pitches, he's gone on a strikeout here in the 5th.
That's a nasty curveball right there. His 4th strikeout.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Here is Brian Dozier, and there is ball 1. We talked about Carrasco is 29 years old. Kluber is 30. Tomorrow Josh Tomlin will take the hill. He's 31. Bauer's the only one that's really young, and they all might be good. The league standings would tell you that they are. But because they've played in Cleveland in relative obscurity, people don't know about Santana and Carrasco. Kluber won the Cy Young Award. I think most baseball fans know of him.
Salazar having a very good year,
right.
10-game winner.
I think I said Santana. I meant Salazar. 2-1. And now 3-1 with Kepler on deck. There is Kluber, a late bloomer. Was the best pitcher in the league at the age of 28. Popped up behind second base. Retreating is Kipnis. He'll give way to the center fielder Naquin, and Bauer, handed a 2-run lead, has a quick 1-2-3 bottom of the 5th. Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. What's yours? The Indians looking like a first-place ball club. They're leading the Twins 3-1 in Game 2, having won last night's game 5-2. Mike Napoli will lead off the 6th.
Yeah, Duffy's 5 innings. He's thrown 77 pitches coming into this inning, 52 for strikes. So he's attacking the strike zone. 17 of 21 first pitch strikes before he fell behind on Napoli right there. 10 ground ball outs, only 3 fly ball outs with his 2 strikeouts.
2-0. And now 3-0. Ramirez on deck. And a 4-pitch walk to Napoli starts the 6th inning.
Yeah, 3rd walk. 2nd time he has walked Napoli. For Duffy, first 2 walks came in the 1st inning.
Our Carsoup.com trivia question: who are the 4 outfielders to win 9 American League Gold Gloves?
All we need is one, right?
Yeah. Here is Ramirez, a sacrifice fly in the first and a ground ball to Mauer in the 4th. And Centeno can't handle the pitch. It goes to the backstop, and Napoli goes to second base.
Should be a wild pitch. Looked like Centeno wanted that ball away, and the ball ended up down and in. Now he's going to go out and talk to Duffy. See if they rule that a wild pitch. If it is, it will be the 5th wild pitch of the year for Duffy. That's tough for a catcher. You know, when we always talk about, you know, if you miss away. If the catcher's sitting away, if he's going in, you miss in. You expect that ball out over the plate, and then the ball has some good sink on it down and away and gets by you.
1-0 to Ramirez. And a strike. Indians are a team with a mixture of young players with less than 2 years of experience. Lindor, Ramirez, Naquin, and some veterans either developed through the Indian system or brought in from the outside like Napoli and Uribe. Waiting, of course, for Michael Brantley to come back. A series of setbacks for Brantley has kept him from contributing much this year. Michael Tonkin getting loose. 2-1 to Ramirez. Chopped to the right side.
Good at bat right there by Ramirez, giving himself up, advancing Napoli, who reached second on that wild pitch, over to third. So those, again, are little tangibles that can create a good winning season when guys give themselves up. Good at bat by the young 23-year-old.
And again, his focus shifted as soon as Napoli was wild pitched to second base. Let's have to bring the infield in now for Chisenhall. So 2 ground balls to short so far. Popped up, very short center field. Nunez out, Buxton in.
And Napoli cannot go.
And Buxton with a quick throw to the cutoff man, 2 down.
That looked like a changeup right there, and Chisenhall a little out front created that pop up. A big out right there for the Twins and Tyler Duffy.
And now Uribe, single to start the 5th inning. Hit the first pitch of the inning into left field on the ground, and by inning's end the Indians had a couple of runs.
You know, we saw Uribe basically when he was with the Chicago White Sox for 5 seasons. This guy is up there ready to swing the bat. He doesn't take too many pitches. Doesn't draw a lot of walks.
And Centeno just to backhand that first pitch. Uribe hitting just .221. Still has some power with 7 home runs. The Indians eventually will have Ramirez play more third base, but I think kind of like the mix that they have now with Napoli and Uribe, at least on the team, even if they're not playing on the same night as they are here tonight. It's kind of helping the Indians foundation. On the ground, and Nunez will throw across and get it. What a play by Nunez!
Oh my!
From the hole, a one-hop throw to get Uribe and keep the Indians from scoring.
Wow.
Minnesota. Can you visit the Walker Art Center and experience creativity personified in many forms of contemporary art pieces and performance with a mission of inspiration? Enjoy free gallery admission and family-forward activities on the first Saturday of each month. And you can share your favorites with #OnlyInMN. Max Kepler taking ball 1. Twins trying to get at least one back here in the bottom of the 6th against Trevor Bauer. Off-speed pitch and a strike taken, 1-1.
Curveball right there by Bauer. His first 1-2-3 inning in the 5th.
Inside, 2-1. It'll be Kepler, Vargas, and Rosario here in the Twin 6th. Chopped up the line and a foul ball. And it's 2-2. The Indians are in an enviable spot because they've got a good rotation, but a deep rotation. They're in a position now where every time they send a Bauer or a Carrasco or a Salazar or a Kluber or tomorrow's starter Tomlin, that one will spin back over the tarp. We hope it's not used later on tonight. And out of play. They feel like got a good chance to win because the starting pitching has been consistent 1 through 5, turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, combined ERA at 3.69, the best in the American League as far as the starting staff. 40 wins, only 23 losses. Under the starters. Bauer again. I mean, he's got an outstanding arm. They put him in the bullpen to start off the year, and he did a good job out of the bullpen. 7 appearances out of the bullpen. He won a couple ball games.
Terry Francona said weeks ago they put him in the bullpen knowing that they would need him in the rotation at some point this year. It'll pop up weekly near the mound. And Santana between the mound and first base puts it away, 1 down. That'll bring up Vargas. Coors Light cold hard facts regarding Torrey Hunter. Most home runs in Twins history. Mr. Herbeck was on the field. And Justin Morneau making his first start for the White Sox tonight. Tony Oliva was down on the field. And then there's Torrey Hunter, of course, everybody behind Harmon Killebrew.
Torrey Hunter will be down on the field with us tomorrow as we honor John Gordon.
Breaking ball at the knees, a strike to Vargas. Vargas with a double and then his first single of the year. He's 2 for 2 and 7 for 12 against Bauer, who gets ahead of him here, 0-2. And a breaking ball gets him on 3 pitches.
Well, that's that curveball I was talking about with Duffy trying to get Santana out when he ended up hitting that 2-run double. That's a good curveball underneath that swing of a left-handed hitter.
Rosario drove a pitch to left center his last time up.
See that right there. Duffy just couldn't get it down and in. The ball that Santana hit was left out over the plate. So Bauer picks up his 5th strikeout.
Twins had a rally fizzle in the 3rd and the 4th innings, and now Bauer has sent down 9 men in a row, or 8 men in a row, I should say. 1-0 to Rosario. And low, 2-0.
Well, there they are where they rank as far as starters. The bullpen very, very solid.
Swing and a miss, 2-1.
It's a strikeout type of starting staff too. You know, Bauer didn't have a strikeout in the first couple innings, but then when he needed it in the 3rd, he ended up striking out Sano and Kepler to get out of that situation.
3-1, Centeno on deck, and he got Centeno in a big spot in the 4th inning. And what we showed you in the graphic is it doesn't get any easier when you do get the Cleveland starter out of the ball game. It's backed up by a really good bullpen. Out in front, it's 3-2.
Took just something off of that fastball at 88. Normally 90, 92. pitch. Number 98 coming for Bauer.
That's punch to left, and that'll die in front of the left fielder Ramirez. Good at bat for Ramirez, or for Rosario rather. He's got 2 hits.
Yeah, Vargas with 2 hits, Rosario with a couple. The other hit coming off the bat of Nunez. That's been it. This comes with 2 outs here in the 6th inning.
Centeno is 0 for 2, a bouncer to first and a strikeout. 85 at bats, 19 hits, 6 extra base hits, and the Twins are hoping he can get one here and get Rosario around to score. Big leg kick and a fastball on the outside corner. Rosario in the stolen base department is 3 for 4.
With Bauer on the mound, 3 stolen bases in 5 attempts. Success rate against him.
And down and in, 1-1.
Well, the pitch count just the 3rd inning, where he needed 24 pitches, right now at 100. Trying to get through the 6th inning.
That's cracked to the left field corner. Rosario rounds second, on his way to third. Rounding third, he'll come home, and Centeno delivers the extra base hit to get the Twins a run.
Good 2-out hitting by the Twins. Rosario starts off with a base hit. Centeno inside out swing, just takes it the other way. By the time the Ramirez could get to that ball, Rosario and his speed scores from first.
And it's a 1-run game with the tying run at second, 2 away.
Ball left out over the plate. Centeno going with it into the corner, has a lot of spin on it. Rolls all the way to the wall. Ramirez, by the time he got to it, Rosario scores. So Centeno picking up his 13th RBI.
We'll bring up Buxton
on his 5th double.
Buxton, Kepler, and some other of the younger players picking up something, and I think you'd appreciate this. You consider yourself from the old school, right? They're starting to play pepper again, and pepper is a skill exercise in baseball that has pretty much gone the way of flannel uniforms. But now the Twins starting to bring pepper back. There's Jeff Manship, got a big out in the game last night. And Buxton, Kepler were out there again today before batting practice playing some pepper. There were a couple of other teammates with them.
Well, we used to play pepper all the time in the 70s, and then the guy that loved pepper the most, Willie Stargell, when I was with the Pirates.
I asked Paul Molitor today whether he was a pepper player during his playing days. Well, a little bit, but he thought it was a good idea to keep you aware of where the barrel is in your swing, the barrel of the bat, and then that's what you try to do. You just try to tap the ball and make contact with the barrel by not swinging hard. Breaking ball over, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, good curveball right there by Bauer.
And he said specifically for players like Buxton who are challenged to make consistent contact, he thinks it's a wonderful drill to play pepper and just get Buxton more consistent in his focus.
Focus, yes.
Well, he's got a focus here on 0-2. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. A couple of 2-out hits get a run on the board for the Twins, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Story of the game. What a close ball game again between the Indians and the Twins.
Yeah, Indians took a 1-0 lead, but the Twins have been fighting back. Bauer, it seems like every time he's run into trouble or given up a run, he's picked up some big strikeouts. And a big hit right there off the bat of Santana that scored a couple runs. And then for the Twins, Juan Centeno picking up a big RBI double. That makes it a 3-2 ball game as Rosario scores from first base.
Naquin will lead off the 7th. Duffy's still out of the mound. Jimenez and Santana will follow. Swing and a foul, 1 strike. The Indians playing really good baseball earlier this year. In June, they had a 14-game winning streak. Their closest competitor, the Detroit Tigers, and they have beaten the Tigers 11 out of 12 times. There's a 6.5 game gap between Cleveland and Detroit. Now, all of it can be represented by the lopsided season series. Detroit tonight got a really short start for Mike Pelfrey. Didn't get out of the 2nd inning, and they're losing to the Royals 8-3. 1-2, and Naquin. It's one to right center field. Buxton has that ball sail over his head, and Naquin can run well. He's going to hold up though with a double. One of the few times you'll see Byron not get a good angle on the ball. He cut over and then back, and it's a double to start the 7th.
Yeah, he just got a bad read off the bat. This ball right here, it looked like just a routine fly ball, but Naquin going down and almost golfing this ball. And watch Buxton's reaction. He kind of broke toward right field and then went back. Yeah, just a bad angle. Maybe just didn't pick up the ball right off the bat.
Jimenez in the 5th inning dropped down a sacrifice bunt that led to a couple of Cleveland runs. We'll see what he's asked to do here with Naquin at 2nd, nobody out.
He's asked to bunt it again here, I'm sure.
And a breaking ball, strike 1. It was a perfect bunt right up the line, and Sano made an extraordinary play to throw him out in the 5th. But it opened the door for Santana's at bat. He delivered a hit to score 2 runs.
Yeah, I was watching that play right there. Duffy came charging in after he released the ball home. Sano stayed back. There's different plays put on.
Pulled the bat back, and it's 1-1.
A lot of times as a pitcher in these situations, you're trying to keep Naquin at 2nd base. A pitcher's responsibility to get over toward that 3rd baseline, where Joe Mauer's responsibility is to come in hard if he squares around.
And you can see Nunez trying to do what he can to keep Naquin a little closer.
Right.
Another bunt, this one foul. As Jimenez was preparing to bunt in the 5th, we mentioned that, you know, it's almost a lost art, but a bunt can turn a game around, and it may have done that for the Indians in the 5th inning when Jimenez got the bunt down. And now similar spot here. The lead's been cut back to 1, and so far he's 0 for 2 trying to get the bunt down.
Let's see if Francona continues to let him try to move him over.
Inside move, but nobody guarding 2nd base.
Well, sometimes that is put on by the manager, Paul Molitor, maybe to show is he still going to be bunting. He didn't show that he might.
Grounded to Sano. He'll look the runner back, double clutch, and throw to Mauer. 1 down. So let's see what happens here in the 7th inning. But Jimenez didn't get the bunt down, and Naquin still at 2nd base. Twins fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. You can download the app, take Fox Sports North and Twins baseball with you wherever you go.
Well, it's a funny game because as Paul Molitor coming out to make a pitching change, Jimenez didn't get any high fives in his dugout.
had things going in the second, third, and fourth inning. A little trouble in the fifth, and now trying to pitch around the leadoff double here in the seventh.
Neil Allen talking to Duffy maybe about different situations, but Duffy ended up throwing 97 pitches, 62 for strikes. He's still responsible for Naquin at second bases. Taylor Rogers comes in. He worked in last night's ballgame, one shutout inning, a 1-2-3 inning. He worked the seventh inning. He did face Santana, who he'll face here, and he struck him out.
Santana, of course, a switch hitter. Kipnis, a left-handed batter. And so the Twins, who just scored to draw within one, will hope to keep it a one-run ball game here in the top of the seventh.
Santana with a big hit of the ball game so far, the 2-run double in the fifth inning off of Duffy.
That as a left-handed batter. Here he'll hit right-handed, of course.
Santana, we mentioned last night, 242 as a right-handed hitter. 2 of his 20 home runs as a right-handed hitter, so taking the power away from him too.
Big stride, and he takes strike one.
And that's what he struck Santana out on last night on a 3-2 curveball. Santana swung through it for that strikeout.
There are the numbers as a switch hitter this year. And a base hit right field. Naquin had to hold up. Kepler charges, so Naquin will hold the throw all the way to the plate. Mauer's momentum in trying to get to the ball took him out of the cutoff position. And Santana has his third hit, and I don't know if he's hurt. Sandy Alomar checking. And here comes Terry Francona. It's like the left leg is causing Santana some concern.
Trying to shake it off right there. Fastball. And an inside out swing by Santana does pick up his third hit. Naquin stops at third.
So Fox Tracks presented by Carrier. We showed you Rogers' numbers last year. Very effective against lefties. Let's watch Santana's trip up to first. Right, coming out of the box. That usually is a cause for concern. They're going to leave Santana in, it looks like. The way he's stretching it out, it's almost like a cramp of some sort.
A cramp in the calf.
So a base hit for Santana, his third of the game. Naquin to third, one down, and now Jason Kipnis. Talked about Rogers and his effectiveness against lefties, but he has really struggled against right-handers, and the switch hitter Santana gets a base hit.
Well, Kipnis hit a ground ball to second base in the seventh inning off of Rogers last night.
Off the plate, ball one.
Taylor Rogers been able to get 3 double plays turned behind him. This is his 26th relief appearance.
Half swing. 2-0.
Kipnis in his 6th season with the Indians, 2-time All-Star.
There's a strike. Can understand why he'd be effective against lefties. There's enough fastball there to respect, right? 93 miles per hour, and then a really good breaking ball against lefties.
He has good control of that fastball, and then the big breaking ball.
Liner into center field, just out of Nunez's reach. And the Indians answer the Twins run in the bottom of the 6th with at least one in the top of the 7th.
Back-to-back singles off of Rogers. And Naquin scoring. That's charged to Tyler Duffy. And the Indians take a 4-2 lead.
Oh, big hit by Kipnis. You saw his numbers. He's does fine against lefties, and a pitch down and away, and Kipnis rifled it just out of Nunez's reach.
Yeah, that's good hitting right there. Nunez just came up a bit short. That may have been a double play if Nunez was able to grab it with Santana taken off at first base. But instead, runners at first and second, and one out.
Lindor takes a strike over the inside corner. 0 for 3 on the night. popped up. Playable for Sano.
Infield fly rule.
And Sano drops the ball. A foul ball, but another error will be charged to Sano.
Sano made an error in last night's ball game. Maybe took his eye off of this one. It looked like he hit the heel of the glove, and then he said he's got it.
Right off the heel of the glove. Blocked by Centeno.
As a pitcher, you're going to have errors made behind you. Now it's up to hopefully Rogers pick up your defense.
1-2 to Lindor. Napoli on deck. Line foul over by the photographer's section beyond the Twins dugout. Ryan Presley warming up.
Yeah, Lindor comes in and this at bat as a right-handed hitter, hitting .324. Good hitter from both sides of the plate.
Another one, hack foul. And he gets him to wave at a pitch outside.
He swung at a pitch out of the strike zone, so Taylor Rogers does pick up Sano by striking out Lindor.
And now Napoli.
Well, the hard curveball right here, outer half of the plate. Lindor swinging through it.
Napoli with a couple of walks and a ground ball to short. Just missed down and away. Ooh, wow. Oh, my.
Watch out. Hope everybody's all right. Nope. Going to need assistance down that left field line.
My initial concern was for Mike Sarbaugh, the third base coach, because he's one of the third base coaches that plays almost equidistant between home plate and third base. And that foul ball went right over his head and unfortunately hit a fan. And you can see Sarbaugh immediately reacting to the injured fan.
Every player concerned when a ball is hit like that. See Napoli's reaction. Santana at second base. Not much you can do, hoping that everything's okay.
There'll be a little bit of a delay here. Home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez and third base umpire Larry Vanover are going to consult. The concern, of course, is for the fan and what can be done on the field to perhaps help the situation, whether it means suspending play to get a card out to tend to the fan. We're told that the fan is a young fan who seems to be doing all right.
So many of these new ballparks are built so close, and I tip my hat to Major League Baseball. A lot of these, you know, the screens are over the dugouts, but maybe they should go a little bit further. I don't know.
that area, or the fan was sitting in an area just beyond the extended screen that the Twins put up here at Target Field to keep an incident like this from happening. And unfortunate delay here, and I was watching Sarbaugh because honestly he was 50 feet from home plate when that line drive sailed directly over his head, and he turned around to see the fan get hit and reacted very animatedly.
You can see the concern of Napoli and everybody, all the players on the field. Well, the young man is up. The fans starting to applaud around that area. I'm sure he'll be taken away.
And the young man in the blue shirt will be taken for some medical attention, but he is conscious, alert. And we are happy to report that much at least.
Don't like to see that.
Play will resume. Rogers taking a few warm-up tosses here to try to stay loose.
Yeah, a little surprised. We saw, you know, Ryan Presley up in the bullpen, maybe to face Napoli, but it's Rogers that is facing Napoli, whereas Michael Tonkin gets up in the bullpen.
Napoli hit a home run against Presley last night. It's 1-1 now to Mike Napoli. And 1-2. Wild pitch, and everybody will move up. Rogers uncorking a wild pitch. Not much Centeno can do about that. And what we're seeing here in the middle innings is kind of what we saw in the middle innings last night. You know, Twins making mistakes against a really good baseball team.
You see that ball, that two-seamer getting away from Centeno. That's, you know, 3 feet in off of that strike zone that he was trying to hit. A wild pitch. That's his first wild pitch of the year for Rogers. Does advance both runners.
2-2 to Napoli with first base open. Popped up short center. And Buxton underneath it to end the inning. 3 hits for the Indians in the 7th, and the lead grows back to 2. Coverage of baseball. Yu Darvish making his first start from the disabled list, and took the loss, tough loss. The Rangers couldn't score today. Garrett Cole, 4 innings, 4 earned runs in his return from the disabled list. And Hisashi Iwakuma against the Astros. 10th win of the year as the Astros were shut out 1-0.
You know, those Rangers, the Twins kind of put a number on them. They've lost now 4 in a row since before the break, but they're allowing the Houston Astros playing pretty good baseball to shorten that gap up a little bit.
Top of the Twins lineup. Bauer starts Nunez with a curve for a strike, and now a foul ball, 0-2.
Well, most pitches Bauer has thrown in a ball game, 115. Right now, this will be pitch 107 coming toward home plate.
Dribbler up the line, and it'll trickle foul. Nunez has hit the ball to the right side 3 times, once for a base hit.
Boy, and this is nice to see, too, when a starter can maybe go one more. That's why that helps that bullpen out so much. Bauer out there for the 7th inning. He's had 3 innings of the 6 that's really been under duress, but he's been able to pick up some big strikeouts when he's needed it.
And Jimenez with the block, 1-2. Nunez, Bauer, and Sano. Nunez is not going to not swing at a pitch on the outer half of the plate. He's looked for pitches out there throughout this at bat, and in a way I think, Bert, that kind of symbolizes his approach. He had an offer last night, and he doesn't want to have back-to-back offers. And you know, good hitters will do that. If they feel like they're getting away from, you know, what has made them successful, they'll look first to the opposite field and then start swinging the ball around to the pull side.
Yeah, he got the base hit in the 3rd inning, 1 for 3 so far in this ball game, but Nunez putting together a great season. Doesn't walk much, only 12 times in 322 plate appearances or at bats.
And that off the glove of the first baseman Santana. Nunez hit the ball now for the 4th time to the right side. He grounded out twice to Santana, and now he's got 2 hits that way.
Well, he's almost, you would call a diver, only because he does dive into that ball. He wants to take that ball the other way. If you make a mistake, he's quick enough to turn, but look him dive into that ball right there. His intentions were looking for a ball out over the plate, maybe a ball that should have been handled by Santana. Nunez should be credited with his 2nd hit, and he is.
Bauer is 0 for 2 with a walk. Down and in, ball 1.
We've seen Joe Mauer just kind of get hits here or there. Just hasn't been a lot of doubles, only 9 doubles on the year for Joe Mauer. Hitting at .271 coming into the ball game. 7 home runs, but his last home run coming over a month ago.
Drove into the gap in left center his last time up. Nice running catch by Ramirez on the warning track. And down the middle, a strike. Throughout this series, we didn't notice it earlier in April and May when we played the Indians. Taken low, and you pointed it out last night. Center fielder Naquin and the right fielder Chisenhall are playing about 30 feet shallower than you would normally see a center fielder and right fielder play.
Yeah, Ramirez on left playing deeper because Joe does hit a lot of fly balls to the warning track the other way. But you're right. I mean, if he could just slice one over, say, Kipnis's head hard into right center, I mean, it could be a triple for Joe Mauer.
3-1.
Should get a hittable pitch right here. This will be season high pitch number 116 for Bauer.
And Bauer walks, and Sano will come up with 2 men aboard.
You'll probably see a new pitcher as Terry Francona comes out toward the mound.
And that's probably not the most disappointing thing that's happened to Sano tonight. He's had a tough time with Bauer. Reached on an error in the first and then struck out twice, once in a key spot. Bauer gets the game into the 7th inning, but can't retire a batter. The Twins are threatening here, down a couple of runs. Dropping the pop-up for an error, and I think it's safe to say it's still a work in progress at third base
Yeah,
defensively.
it is. I mean, remember earlier in the ball game, my goodness, what a great throwing arm right there Sano has, going deep into the hole. Will make a good throw. And that retired Naquin who gets down that line, then fielding the bunt and showing off that quick release and that strength that he's able to generate behind that ball to get Jimenez at first in that sacrifice situation.
He's in the lineup to hit home runs, and the Twins hope he can hit one here against Jeff Manchip, who pitched to one batter, Kurt Suzuki. Got him last night to get the Indians off the field in the 7th.
Yeah, Manchip's done a great job out of that bullpen, making his 32nd relief appearance.
Half swing and a strike. Manchip, 26 2/3 innings, only 3 home runs allowed.
Yeah, Manchip in his 2nd season with the Indians, of course, came up with the Twins back in 2009. Signed by the Twins out of Notre Dame back in 2006. Also spent time with the Rockies and the Phillies.
Down on the field for the pregame ceremony. I had a chance to chat briefly with Manchip, congratulated him and his success with Cleveland. He says, yeah, you know, I finally started to figure some things out.
Yeah.
We talk about all the time how it takes time, both from a hitter standpoint and a pitcher standpoint, to figure things out. Outside, and it's 1-1.
Well, the Twins looked at Manchip, I think, to be a starter. He did make 6 starts for the Twins, basically a reliever, 41 ball games overall in the 4 seasons up and down with the Twins. 3 wins, 2 losses, an ERA though at 6.2 in a Twins uniform.
1-1 to Sano. Half swing again. And strike 2.
Just can't lay off that hard breaking ball down and away. Trying to do too much. Try to relax a little bit. Make the pitcher make a mistake and then whack it. Right now the pitcher is making the good pitches or pitches off the plate, and Sano's chasing them.
1-2.
Almost have to go another breaking ball down and away.
Knocked down by Santana. He can't make the play. Rounding third, heading home. Nunez will score. And it's a 4-3 ball game.
Yeah, to me, that's a mistake right there by Manship. Why would you throw him a fastball after Sano check swung on 2 of the breaking balls down and away? Tried to sneak a fastball by him, but Sano just went with it. And another play that Santana probably should have made at first base. He's off the bag. The ball almost hit right at him, but the ball kind of stayed down. He expected it to come up. They rule it. We're still waiting to get the ruling.
Tying runs at second.
A base hit. No, it's an error, so they changed it just like that. Be an error on Santana.
Here's Dozier. And there is strike 1. Corner infielders are playing up, expecting the cleanup batter to bunt. Kepler on deck. Dozier drove in a run with a fly ball in the 3rd inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, the error by Santana, that's his 3rd of the year at first base. No RBI for Sano. But Nunez does score to make it a 4-3 ball game.
Mauer at second, Sano at first. Now Dozier in an 0-2 hole. Roller up the middle and into center field. Mauer around third. Coming in, Naquin with a terrible throw home, and the Twins have tied it up. We've talked about Dozier this year really cutting back on his strikeouts, and I talked with Brian today about that, and he said it's something he worked on a lot with Rod Carew in spring training, just trying to put the ball in play more, and he did there expertly.
That ball has eyes right there. Lindor diving for it. Joe Mauer getting a good break off of second base. He scores the tying run, but you see Lindor a little upset. He couldn't knock that ball down.
You can see the strikeout rate for Dozier this year, and it's a significant cutback when you consider, well, it's a 25% cutback in his strikeout rate. And the Twins have tied it up against Manship. Still nobody out in the inning, and it's a 4-4 game. When he left the ball game, but he gave up the opening base hit to Nunez off the glove of Santana. Then he walked Mauer, and both guys have come around to score, and we have a tie game.
Yeah, both starters off the hook as far as a win or a loss. And Dan Otero coming into the ball game. This is his first season with the Indians. He spent time with the Giants, and most recently in the last 3 seasons with the Oakland A's. Put together a very good year out of that bullpen.
Kepler looking for his first hit since the break. Sano at second. Dozier at first. Kepler squares and did not offer at it. Took ball one. Twins haven't had a lead in the game.
Now Kepler has one sacrifice on the year.
And a strike called up and away. Kepler thought it was ball two.
Yeah, Otero not a overpowering relief pitcher, but he does have good movement on that fastball. Basically a sinker slider type pitcher. 31 years old.
1-1 to Kepler.
See where that number 2 was.
Squaring and a bunt down on the ground, foul. It's 1-2.
As you mentioned, Dick, earlier, you know, the art of bunting is, you know, guys go in the cage and, you know, somebody's throwing about 50 miles an hour and they bunt down a couple. It's just a lost art.
I'm amazed. You can see where Naquin is and where Chisenhall is. Kepler's a guy who's shown power, extra base power. And talked with Terry Francona about the wisdom in this. They're doing it for a reason.
Oh, they're going to get burned from time to time, but the percentages are that Cleveland feels that this is the best defense as far as the outfield, playing shallow.
Kepler got a big swing and a pitch left up, and he fouled it straight back.
Otero's strikeout pitcher out of that bullpen, 34 strikeouts in 35 1/3 innings, only 8 walks. So he throws strikes.
Chop to the right side. That'll accomplish what the bunt would hope to accomplish. Now did Otero step on the bag? First base umpire Adam Hammer, he said he did. And Kepler advances the runners with a swinging bunt.
Yeah, no sacrifice right there, but it's like a sacrifice, advancing both runners. Good sinker right there. Kepler makes sure he does make contact, and he does advance the runners. So no at third now, Dozier at second.
The batter will be Vargas with first base open, but another left-handed batter behind him, Rosario. We talked about this last night. The entire Cleveland pitching staff is right-handed. They have neither a left-handed starter nor a left-handed reliever. That's one of the reasons Rosario was put in the starting lineup here today. There's nothing the Indians can do to pitch around any of the left-handed batters.
Yeah, and that's kind of as the trading deadline narrows, you know, comes to an end of July, where players don't have to clear waivers. You know, I think that's an area they're going to be looking at. They had T.J. House in there before the All-Star break. They sent him down, the only left-hander they had, but he had a tough time getting lefties out, so they optioned him back to AAA.
Infield is in, and Vargas at the plate. He has 2 hits tonight, including his first single of the year.
Now again, Otero with that sinking fastball. That's his out pitch, the ground ball pitch.
Line foul, 1 strike. Otero giving up a .214 average against lefties. Shaw a .237. McAllister a .176. And foul back 2 strikes. So yeah, they're all right-handed, but they all do, at least most of them do, a pretty good job against left-handed hitters.
While they head in the count, you'll see what he thinks his strikeout pitch is. He's gone after Vargas with 2 fastballs, 93 and 94.
0-2 to Kenny Vargas. One away. Twins with a threat in the third. They only got 1 run. A threat in the fourth. They didn't score. A couple of 2-out hits. Got a run across in the 6th. Now a chance for a big inning. With 2 runs already on the board. Missed the inside corner. He tried to clip it with a fastball. Rosario hoping for a chance. And Vargas strikes out. 2 down.
Good changeup right there. Vargas swinging at a pitch out of the strike zone. Otero's best season came with Oakland a couple years ago when he was 8-2 out of their bullpen. Look at the sink on that changeup. The Twins again strike out in situations where you need contact. They did it 3 times against Bauer and here against Otero.
And now Rosario. Another multi-hit game for Rosario. A warning track fly to right his first time up, then an opposite field double, and then a single. Indians have the luxury of having a base open and Centeno on deck. Just off the plate with Jimenez setting up well off the plate. And Rosario wouldn't chase. Two and 0. I don't know that Rosario will get a pitch to swing at here. He only has 3 walks, and one of those was intentional. But he needs to be able to take the walk here if that's what the Indians are going to do.
And that's what they're going to do right here.
It'll be an intentional walk because Rosario wouldn't go fishing on the first 2 pitches. Centeno's being called back. And Paul Molitor making a rare move here. It'll be Eduardo Escobar who will hit. And it's not very often a manager with 2 catchers will take the risk and make the move in the 7th inning. So Suzuki and Escobar will both be used here with this substitution.
Escobar as a pinch hitter this year. 2 hits in 5 at-bats off that bench, and both of them as a left-handed hitter.
Twins hitting just 200 off the bench. But they do have 3 pinch hit home runs. Bases loaded, 2 out for Escobar. Down the middle, a strike with a fastball. One and one. Third inning where the Twins have had a chance to put up a big number, and they'll need a hit from Escobar to do it here in the 7th. Fouled away, 1 and 2. And Jimenez will run a new baseball out to Otero.
I don't think I've seen a slider from Otero. It's basically fastball and then that changeup that struck out Vargas.
And a high fastball gets Escobar, and Otero gets the job done. Twins get a couple to tie it up in the 7th.
Buddy, I'm Jeff Grayson with your Mall of America Studio Sports Update. It's flashback time. July 16th, 2011, a meaningful day in Twins history and for those of us at Fox Sports North, because that's the day that Bert Blyleven's number 28 was retired by the Twins. Congrats to Bert, and now back to baseball.
A very, very nice honor.
Is that George Mitterwald?
George Mitterwald, yeah. Lives in Orlando, Florida.
Well,
Good memories.
We are tied at 4, now going to the 8th inning. And Fernando Abad will pitch to Jose Ramirez to get things started here in the 8th. Twins have left 10 men on in the ball game here tonight.
Ken, they have struck out in situations that I think the Twins would look at back and say, you know, just if we just made contact. Bauer did it 3 times. Otero right there, a couple big strikeouts. Abad making his 35th relief appearance. He last worked in Arlington back on Saturday, a week ago. He has struggled a little bit as of late out of that bullpen.
It's kind of what happened to him last year with the Oakland A's. He had a really good first half and then really struggled in the second. Missing on his first offering to Ramirez. It'll be Chisenhall and Uribe to hit later this inning. That's to left center field. And Buxton running toward the gap makes the catch. Any ball hit to either the left center or right center field gap can't have much air under it.
As a fan, that's fun to watch. You know, when it looks like that gap, you know, is closed up so quickly by a great center fielder.
Carsoup.com, and I believe Torrey Hunter's on the list. I believe Ken Griffey Jr.'s on the list. Ichiro Suzuki. And Al Kaline.
Mr. Detroit Tiger.
Rajai Davis is going to hit for Lonnie Chisenhall.
Davis started in left field in last night's ball game, went 0 for 4. Davis in his first season with the Indians.
On the ground, juggled by Sano, can't find the ball. It'll be another error. And Sano really fighting it at third base.
Well, he came in charging very quickly. I don't know if he tried to get it before that short hop, but it kind of ate him up right here. Davis swinging at that first pitch. He had plenty of time to wait back, and it kind of came up a little bit on him more than he anticipated, and then looking for the ball. It'll be an error for Sano, his second of the ball game.
And now Uribe.
And keep an eye on Davis. He leads the American League with 24 stolen bases.
You'd like to think that Abad would be able to hold him on as a left-handed pitcher. Dangerous hitter at the plate in Uribe. Strike on the outside corner. One and one. Uribe is proven tonight he does not run well. Nunez made a tremendous play on him deep in the hole at short to wrap up the 6th inning. That play alone saved the Twins at least 1 run. So you say, well, this guy ought to be able to hit into a ground ball double play. He's done that 6 times.
Abad on the mound's been able to get 6 double plays turned behind him.
1-1 to Uribe. 2-1.
Abad came to spring training as a non-roster player, not on the 40-man roster. Made the club, making his 35th relief appearance. He's pitched for the Astros, the Nationals, the A's, and now the Twins. Suzuki calling balls and strikes.
And now 3-1. That's been one of the issues for Abad, who really pitched well in the first 3 months of the year, but he hasn't had command of the strike zone. He's fallen behind in a lot of counts. His location has been off. Now it's 3-1. Slow breaking ball hit high and deep to left field.
He got underneath it.
In the corner, caught by Rosario. 2 away.
Yeah, Uribe sitting at 199 career home runs. He just maybe a little bit too quick right there. Off the end of the bat. Just a fly ball out for the second out.
And now the Indians will go one man deeper into their bench. Gonzalez is going to hit in Jimenez's place. So both are actually in Naquin's place.
Gonzalez just getting called up over the All-Star break, making his major league debut, his first at bat. Down in AAA Columbus for the Indians. He was hitting .296 in 81 ball games. Young man, 24 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. Ryan Shaw getting loose in the Indians bullpen.
Naquin had picked up a couple of hits. Gonzalez getting a chance here with a runner on and 2 down, and more focus on Davis at first. On the outside corner with a slow breaking ball. Abad, if he can continue to pitch well or get back to what he was in the first couple months of the year, might find himself an attractive piece for a contending team. Oh, maybe the Cleveland Indians perhaps. Swing and a foul, and it's 0-2, and Suzuki just came into the ball game and gets drilled with a foul tip, and he's going to try to limp it off. Ouch. You are comforted, I suppose. Let's take a look and see where it got him.
Top of the foot. Oh.
Inside the left right thigh. You're comforted in knowing, if you're Paul Molitor, I guess, that Suzuki's is as tough as nails. And whether he starts or in this case relieves, is a very difficult catcher to take out of a ball game. That one really hurt. And Abad ahead of the rookie 0-2.
Again, keep an eye on Davis.
Just missed the outside edge at 95. And Kurt Suzuki looking over his right shoulder, maybe talking with Alfonso Marquez. Let's take a look at where the pitch was. A perfect pitch.
That pitcher's pitch right there. Not called.
1-2. I don't know with that move that Abad's going to pick anybody off, but he's succeeded in keeping Davis at first base. But for sure the Indians would try during this at bat to steal second base. And off the plate. That didn't look quite as close as the prior pitch. And it's 2-2.
Well, you would hope the umpire would maybe, you know, saying, hey, I missed that, and give you an inch or two, but no. Alfonso Marquez, 18 seasons as a major league umpire behind home plate.
2-2 to Gonzalez.
And Suzuki wanting time, going over a new set of signs. Wants Abad to shake off.
Struck him out.
Stayed out there finally. Gonzalez swings through it.
And Abad pitches a scoreless 8th inning.
8th inning at Target Field. And coming up after the walk-off win, we will bring you Twins Live presented by CenturyLink. And in that post-game show, we'll look at the leadoff hitters and the production from the top from both of these teams. Eduardo Nunez with a couple of hits for the Twins. Carlos Santana is 3 for 4 leading off for the Tribe tonight. Also the up and down infield defense we've seen in this game. Some good plays, but also some errors and some sloppy play out of the infield. We'll take a look at that, both sides of that, and we'll hear from the manager, Paul Molitor. That's after the walk-off win, as I said, Dickenberg.
Yeah, I like that. I like your way of thinking, Marty.
Brian Shaw out of the Cleveland pen. He'll face a lot of speed in the Twins lineup in the 8th, starting with Buxton, then Nunez, and I'm guessing somebody's going to try to bunt for a base hit.
Well, Shaw worked in the 8th inning in last night's ball game, a 1-2-3 inning, had a couple strikeouts through 16 pitches, 11 for strikes. He faced Buxton, Nunez, and Mauer and retired all 3 of them. Buxton on a strikeout, Nunez on a strikeout, and then Mauer a ground ball to short.
2 swings and misses on breaking balls, and Buxton's in an 0-2 hole. Buxton walked and scored in the 3rd. Reached in a fielder's choice in the 4th. Struck out swinging in the 6th. Oh, 2 to the Twin center fielder.
He struck him out on a breaking ball that he chased in last night's ball game. Shaw's one of those relievers, kind of got a rubber arm. He's out there a lot.
Davis in center, Gonzalez in right. And a high fastball gets Buxton 1 away.
The second night in a row that Shaw has struck out Buxton.
And that'll bring up Eduardo Nunez. Nunez, 2 hits to the right side and 2 ground balls to first baseman Carlos Santana. Marnie mentioned walk-off wins. The Twins have 2 of them against the Indians already this year here. On the outside corner, a strike. Grounder to third. Uribe flips 2 down. And that'll bring up Mauer. 15's 5K Sunday, July 31st. The 5K run will start near Mariucci Arena and finishes inside Target Field. You can register by July 17th. That would be tomorrow. And receive a game ticket to the July 31st Twins versus White Sox game. All registrants receive a 15's 5K t-shirt, a finisher's medal, finish line food and beverage, and more. At least $10 of each registration goes towards Prairie Care Child and Family Fund. For more info and to register, visit twinsbaseball.com. 15's 5K. Here's Mauer with 2 down in the 8th. And there is strike 1. We saw it from Shaw. We saw it from Allen last night. Stuff, but command of the stuff. Quality strikes on the very edges of the strike zone.
Yeah, Shaw, who mentioned last night, throws a bit across his body. He'll step toward that right-handed hitter's batter's box, but excellent control.
High chopper over the mound, and Lindor fires to Santana. The Twins go quickly in the 8th, on to the 9th, tied at 4.
tied at 4. The Twins have not had a lead, and it's even across the board. 4 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors apiece, and we go to the 9th inning. No chance for a save opportunity as the home team in a tie game in the 9th. So their closer, Brandon Kintzler, will pitch for the Twins.
Yeah, Kintzler last on the mound in Texas and Arlington on Saturday when he went an inning and a third, picked up his 5th save in the Twins' 8-6 win over the Rangers. Pinch hitter looks like Yan Gomes. So 3rd pinch hitter used by Terry Francona in this ballgame.
Gomes will hit. He has 1 hit this month. He could have had 3 hits last night, and the Twins made an assortment of good plays in the field to deny him any hits. Mauer with a great catch of a line drive. So today the Indians had a little, I don't know, exorcism, a little voodoo. Somebody went and bought a rotisserie chicken at a store, and they kind of did what they did in Major League. Was it Jobu or whatever the
Pedro Serrano?
Yeah, and so they sacrificed an already cooked chicken and had a little ceremony to try to break Gomes out of his midsummer funk. 2-0 from Kintzler. Swing and a foul. 2-1.
Well, the average down for Gomes, of course. We see the average coming in hitting only 163, but he does have 8 home runs, and he has driven in 32 runs. He's in his 4th season with the Indians.
A strike taken, 2-2.
Gomes, born in Brazil, signed by the Blue Jays, Toronto Blue Jays, out of the University of Tennessee back in 2009.
Oh, Kintzler thought he had the corner. Same corner that Abad thought he had in the 8th inning. And it's 3-2 to the pinch hitter Gomes. That one was off the plate. Pitch 5. Fly ball right field. And Kepler has to run in and make a sliding catch. He kind of trotted after it, then he sprinted after it, and he ended up having to slide to make the catch. 1 down.
Little smile from Kepler, looking in. Where do you want me to play? Looking at Butch Davis in the dugout right here. He thought that ball was going to go a little bit further than he anticipated, but great concentration, open glove, and the sliding catch.
Now Santana.
Looks like another chicken's going to get tortured.
Well, no, it was an already cooked chicken. I don't want.
Okay.
I don't want the.
Eventually, the chicken was alive at one time.
But
was it a Kentucky Fried Chicken?
It was a rotisserie chicken. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. No animals were hurt in the conduction of this exercise to try to get Gomes going. 1-1 to Santana. And now 2-1.
Now, Kintzler has good movement. He's a guy that goes straight over the top with his delivery. Good fastball, slider, changeup.
Missing. 3-1. Kintzler struggling with his control. 10 pitches, only 4 strikes. Santana will be followed by Kipnis.
It's tough sometimes, Dick. Again, that 4 days off the All-Star break. Kintzler hasn't pitched, over a week.
High fly left center field. Buxton. And it's the left fielder Rosario making the catch. 2 down.
Well, good fastball away. And Santana, who has good power, 18 of the 20 home runs he's hit from the left side. Took it the other way, but to deep left center.
Kipnis will bat with 2 gone. What makes Kinsler so intriguing, he's actually been better against left-handed hitters than right-handers. Lefties coming into the game hitting just 167 against him. And there's strike 1.
I thought he had a really good at-bat against Taylor Rogers in the 7th inning when he took that fastball the other way. Just kind of just punched it just hard past Nunez at shortstop.
The Twins want to see more of Kinsler in the role that he's in to see how he fares. And if he is a right-handed reliever that can do better against lefties than righties, the Twins might have something here. 0-2 to Kipnis. A pitch up, fouled it back.
Well, Kinsler, 31 years old, has some major league experience, all with the Milwaukee Brewers. Eli Abad came to spring training as a non-roster player, started the season in AAA, got called up in early May.
0-2. Got him. And a clean 9th inning for Brandon Kinsler. Twins have walked the Indians off twice here at Target Field. And it'll be Sano, Dozier, and Kepler with a chance to do it tonight. Hit this year. It came April 26th against the Indians. He got a single to walk off the Indians in the 9th.
Yeah, back-to-back bottom of the 9th victories for the Twins. That was the second. Remember, Arcia hit a game-winning home run in the bottom of the 9th the previous night back on April 25th.
Twins with 5 walk-off wins here at Target Field. The first 2 by Arcia. Then Sano, Dozier, and Kepler are the other 3, and they will be the 3 batters hitting here in the 9th inning against Shaw. Yan Gomes catching, and Sano takes ball 1.
Shaw has given up 7 home runs. This is his 43rd relief appearance. See if he can hang one of those breaking balls.
Off the plate, 2-0. Dangerous pitch to a dangerous hitter. 3-0.
Will he have the green light? If it's middle in, drive it.
Ooh. He took a strike when he was taking all the way. Sano has had an odd night. He struck out twice, he's reached on errors twice, and he's committed errors twice. 3-1. 3-2.
Well, Sano has 14 home runs, 10 of those 14 against a right-handed pitcher.
This changes everything if Sano can simply get on base. Full count to the slugger.
Ooh.
Fouled it off.
Yeah, good swing there. More pitches a hitter sees, the more mistake a pitcher makes. And Shaw, I think he got away with a pitch right there. This will be pitch number 7 in this at bat.
Another 3-2. Struck him out, reached back for 95 and blew a fastball by him. 1 down.
It's not only 95, it's that cut fastball. It has some movement on it. So Shaw picking up a strikeout, his second in relief.
Light rain falling here at Target Field, with Sano swinging through that cut fastball. 1 down, and now Dozier. Dozier's walk-off hit came June 7th against the Marlins, a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 11th with 2 out. And he takes strike 1. And the rain coming down a little bit heavier here. Shaw coming back from 3-0 to strike out Sano. And now Dozier lifts it foul, 0-2.
Well, Bryant picked up a couple RBIs in the only runs the Twins scored last night. He's picked up a couple here tonight. Leads the Twins now with 47 runs batted in.
Dozier with an 0-2 count in his last at bat grounded a single up the middle. It wasn't hit hard, but he put it in play. And tonight's game is a perfect example of what we were talking about. He's really cut down on the strikeouts by 25%. Might not strike out 100 times this year. One and 2. The ground ball. This time the Indians have somebody playing there. A high throw, but Santana pulls it down. Kipnis to Santana, 2 down. Max Kepler will bat first. A look at what's next. Josh Tomlin will go for the Indians, and Kyle Gibson going for the Twins. And the series finale, then the Twins go to Detroit, play 3 there, and then play 4 in Boston. Kepler's walk-off was the most recent on June 12th, a 3-run home run, his first major league home run, and he's added 7 more since, walking off the Red Sox. Up and in. The rain has lessened. And now 2-0. If Kepler can get aboard, Kenny Vargas would hit. Three and 0. Kepler 150 at bats and just 17 walks. And down the middle, a strike.
Yeah, well, Kepler's got to visualize right here that it's a Texas Ranger pitcher.
Yes.
4 of his 8 home runs have been hit against Texas.
Hack fair down the line. And Kepler will round first, dig for second. The throw for Ramirez not in time. And Max Kepler stands at second as the winning run.
Inside out swing by Kepler. He gets to second base with 2 outs on his 12th double. Shaw working away. Ball left up about letter high. And Kepler hitting it sharply down that corner. Ramirez does a good job of playing the carom and making it very close at second base. Well, Kepler sliding in before Kipnis can apply the tag.
So now Kenny Vargas.
Twins have needed a good 2-out hit here tonight.
They combined a couple of hits to score a run in the 6th. Vargas has 2 hits in his first 2 at bats, then 2 strikeouts. Little looper down the right field line. It's a foul ball caught by Santana, and that'll end the 9th inning. We'll head to a 10th, tied at 4.
Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side.
And we go to the 10th inning. And Ryan Pressly, who pitched an inning last night, gave up a home run to Mike Napoli. Will end up facing Napoli again here in the 10th inning.
Yeah, Pressly making his 46th relief appearance. He's been used a lot out of that bullpen. We've mentioned already the Twins here tonight playing their 90th game, and this is number 46 for Pressly.
You look at Pressly's season, and when he's pitched in back-to-back games, the second appearance has not been very good. And so the Twins will run Pressly out there to face Lindor, Napoli, and Ramirez. First pitch grounded to short. Nunez sets, fires, and Mauer with a nice backhanded pick, one away. That was a tough play by the shortstop and a tough play by the first baseman.
I think Terry Francona, he's kind of up on that top step, wondering if Joe had control of the ball, but now he's going back to the dugout. So Nunez, watch him right here. That ball kind of came up on him right there, but sets and fires to Joe Lowe, but a nice pick by Joe Mauer over at first base. That's the toughest play for a first baseman, when that ball lands about 2 or 3, 4 feet in front of you.
Here's Napoli. Hit a breaking ball from Pressly last night, a mile in the air and about a half mile out towards the bullpen. 1 strike, Pressly to Napoli. Fastball away. And the rain's picked up a little bit here in the 10th inning. There's a breaking ball, but it misses inside.
Now, Ryan has 2 breaking balls, the curveball and the slider, like a cutter, along with a changeup. Good fastball, mid-90s.
roller up the middle. Backhanded by Dozier. What a play, but this throw is off target. Because it was a roller, you can imagine the ball might have been a little wet, and Dozier threw off target, and Napoli will get a rare infield hit.
Oh, Brian, great effort right there. Ball going up the middle, going to his right, and on the run, trying to get that ball over to first base. Joe Mauer has to come off the bag to get it, so Napoli will get that infield base hit with one out.
And now Jose Ramirez will bat.
That ball right off the end of the glove. Don't know if he got a real good grip on that baseball, but a great effort right there by Brian Dozier.
Outside ball one.
Both clubs have 9 hits.
Swing and a miss, and Suzuki effectively handled a pitch in the dirt. On the out. Ooh, sorry, outside. 2-1. I thought that had the corner. And I think the home plate umpire, I believe, is David Rackley. I think in our replay of Kepler's double, we saw Alfonso Marquez at second base. So in the interest of accurate identification of umpires, I believe it's Rackley behind the plate. Fouled away, and it's 2-2.
We've been kind of messed up by the umpire position.
Well, Hammery was added to this crew. We saw Adam Hammery in Texas, and he was added to this crew to the exclusion of someone else, and I think that's jumbled the rotation a little bit. Right. 2-2 to Ramirez. And that one in the dirt. Suzuki can't handle that. It'll be a wild pitch, and for the Twins, their 43rd wild pitch of the season. That looked like it might have got Suzuki in the right bicep. So the go-ahead run now is at second base, but of course Napoli doesn't run well.
Yeah, for Ryan Presley, his 4th wild pitch of the year, leading the staff, Trevor May with 8.
And 4 of those have come with a runner at third base, meaning a run necessarily scoring. Ramirez has been swinging the bat well. He's 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly tonight. Three and 2, and a pitch tapped up the line, foul. Three and 2. And now Ramirez fouls one off a foot.
Mentioned before, Ramirez only 23 years old, but in his 4th season with the Indians. Up and down the last 3 years, but in the minor leagues, a career 300 hitter. Indians very high on this switch hitting third baseman outfielder.
And another foul down into the dirt. Will fill first base.
A high curveball right there. He kept feeding him breaking balls. Finally, Presley left one up for ball 4.
Rajai Davis will hit. And again, Brian's pitches just haven't been as effective or as sharp when he's pitched in back-to-back days. Davis reached on an error in the 8th inning. He had a routine play to Sano, who bobbled it. Davis never tried to steal second base and ended up being left there. Swing and a miss, 1 strike. Checked his swing. 1-1. Presley, the fourth reliever used by the Twins. Swing and a miss. Howard, a 95-mile-per-hour fastball past him.
Yeah, Presley last night threw 17 pitches, 11 for strikes, made that one mistake to Napoli. So far here tonight, 17 pitches for Presley, 10 of them strikes.
1-2. Nunez fields the hard hop and a double play. Davis takes a tumble after the second out, and we'll hope that Davis is okay. Nunez is sore. I think he took the hard shot right in the breadbasket and somehow managed to get the ball to Dozier.
I think he got him in the gut right here. Watch this ball come up on Nunez. Able to get it over to Dozier, and then the double play.
And then in the stomach. It just happened to be a ground ball.
The ball kind of came up on him. Look, he stayed in front of it right near the Twins. Ouch. But able to get it over to Bryan. And then the double play turned, and Nunez, he was feeling it. He stayed down on the ground for a while.
And Nunez was able to smile as he got closer to the dugout. Now everybody will be laughing about it. Big double play off the bat of Rajai Davis, who then looked like he got hooked up with Mauer's foot on the bag. Cody Allen will pitch to the Twins in the 10th inning.
Yeah, Cody Allen picked up his 19th save in the 5-2 win last night over the Twins, making his 39th relief appearance. A strikeout pitcher, 48 strikeouts in 39 2/3 innings. He has given up 4 home runs.
Twins were due to send up Rosario, Suzuki, and Buxton. Some options on the bench. Speed-wise, Danny Santana could be used. And a Grossman as well. Rosario's had a good night at the plate. A couple of hits and an intentional walk in the 7th. Pitch up, fouled it back, 1 strike.
Cody Allen, 27 years old. He's been groomed to be the closer a couple years ago. He was given that opportunity. He's run with it.
And now strike 2 taken. Twins got a 2-out double from Kepler in the 9th. Hoping to somehow get Rosario aboard, leading off the 10th. And up and away, 1-2.
Allen last year 34 saves. He took over the closer role in 2014. John Axford was unsuccessful, so Allen given that opportunity at 24 saves in 2014.
1-2 to Rosario. Chopped to the right side. Should be an easy play for Santana. To the bag, 1 away. And that'll bring up Suzuki. Because the Twins made their catching move in the 7th inning, really not much the Twins can do either in this spot at the plate or should Suzuki reach in terms of a pinch runner.
We saw a little lightning flash.
Yeah, some serious weather's headed here, and the rain's picking up in intensity. Maybe if all Twins fans channeled Robert Redford in The Natural, Suzuki would hit a home run here with lightning dancing across the sky.
Well, he'd really have to clock it to get it those lights over the scoreboard.
One and 0.
Oh, he had that swing to do it.
Pitch up, swung through it, 1-1.
Suzuki's been swinging a very, very good bat over the last month and a half. Seeing that average climb now to 290.
Popped up, backing out of play.
Allen coming right after him with that fastball. Last one clocked here at 95.
Michael Tonkin warmed up earlier. Looks like he'll get the 11th if we have an 11th inning. One and 2 to Kurt Suzuki. And now 2-2. Fouled over by the Cleveland dugout. Allen, the 4th Cleveland reliever. Buxton on deck. And again, there are options, Santana and Grossman, depending on the situation. Twins might pinch hit for Buxton. 2-2. And a foul tip. Suzuki battling.
Yeah, got a piece of that breaking ball.
There's Santana. Doesn't look like he's ready to pinch hit. Another 2-2 to Suzuki. Hard but foul.
Oh, Allen left one up, and Suzuki just a bit quick, lining that ball foul.
And as you can see, rain coming down pretty hard here. There's Grossman. He doesn't look like he's imminently going to enter the game. High fastball got him. A foul tip. 2 away. That'll bring up Buxton.
Well, Allen just overthrowing the ball as far as velocity, letting it fly. And Suzuki couldn't even foul that off. A strikeout for Allen.
Buxton has struck out his last 2 times up 0 for 3. Drew a walk and scored in the 3rd. Up and in. Fastball, strike 1. Pitch, same result.
Buxton just not catching up to that fastball at 95. I would imagine Allen's going to try to do the same thing.
Oh, 0-2 to Byron Buxton. Over the inside corner. The Twins go down 1-2-3 in the 10th, and we might not have the 11th inning. By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Well, we are tied at 4, and the rain's really coming down here now. I'm kind of surprised that we're still playing, but I'm glad that we are. They're treating the mound.
Yeah, throwing that diamond dust on there to make sure that the pitcher has some good footing. More where he lands than push off that pitching rubber. And Michael Tonkin coming out. He worked in last night's ball game. Worked 1 inning through 11 pitches, 7 for strikes with a strikeout, making his 40th relief appearance. 54 strikeouts in 43 2/3 innings, 13 walks.
Tonkin will pitch here in the 11th inning and face the bottom third of the Cleveland lineup. Right now, that's Uribe, Gonzalez, and Gomes. There's one bench player available, Abraham Almonte. Almonte, of course, the outfielder that was suspended for the first half of the year, the first 80 games. Uribe 1 for 4. Gonzalez 0 for 1 in his major league debut. And then Gomes is scheduled to hit. Tonkin's had a couple of scoreless outings in a row. And strike 1. Pop up left side. Rosario coming in, Nunez out, and he squeezes it one away.
That ball getting on Uribe a little bit. He popped it up. 2 pitches, 1 out.
Tonkin could do that with that mid-90s fastball. The first pitch strike away, and then the second pitch in a little bit. Got in on the handle of the bat. 1 down, and now Gonzalez. And this is going to be Almonte hitting for Gonzalez.
So Terry Francona emptying his bench.
Gonzalez making his debut. Almonte's had 15 at bats this year. Just a couple of hits, both of them doubles. Almonte was popped at the start of the year. Had to sit out the first 80 games. Outside, ball 1.
He was activated from the restricted list on July 3rd.
Basically had to do as a position player what Irvin Santana had to do as a pitcher last year. 1-0 and a strike. Fouled back. Monte in his 11th year of professional baseball, started in the Yankee organization. Spent a little time with the Padres, the Mariners. 1-2. On the ground, Sano scoops, sets, fires, 2 down. You make a couple errors and you still have to have a professional approach and want the ball to be hit to you, and Sano has had a rough night in the field, but he made that play, 2 down. And that'll bring up Yan Gomes. And now Larry DeVito, they're going to roll the tarp out with 2 down. With 2 outs, Larry Vanover says we're going to stop play.
There's something brewing. We have seen the Twins ground crew when they say it's time to put that tarp on. There's something brewing up there that's probably harder than what's coming down now. A little rain delay here. And a 4-4.
Well, it creates all sorts of issues for the Twins because the Twins still have to get the 3rd out of the inning. We don't know how long the delay will be or whether Tonkin will even be available to try to finish off the 11th inning. That's why I'm surprised with 2 outs that play would be stopped, but that is the case here. Tonkin a little frustrated because he wanted to try to dispatch the Indians as quickly as he could and then at least finish the half inning, but it wasn't his call. So we'll have a delay here in a tie game. And Tonkin did a nice job, got a quick out of Uribe, pretty quick out of Almonte.
I think the story of this game is that the Twins unable to really score when they had opportunities to. 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
Well, the Indians have misfired too. They're 3 for 13, so they've had plenty of opportunities to do some damage and haven't done it.
I don't care about the Indians. I only care about the Twins.
It's 4 apiece. We're going to take a break, come back to rainy Target Field with Cleveland and Minnesota tied at 4.
right, here we go. Yes.
Play resumes at the top of the 11th. 2 outs.
Game started early in the evening on Saturday, and it will be resumed early Sunday morning. We're happy that you have stayed with us, and will be rewarded for your patience.
Yeah, wake up. Let's go.
We're going to have baseball starting here in a couple minutes. Trevor May will enter the game for the Twins. There are 2 outs in the top of the 11th inning. You saw Yan Gomes. He's in the on-deck circle. He'll be the first batter that May will face. Bases are empty in a tie game 4-4.
Yeah, Michael Tonkin started the top of the 11th inning, got 2 quick outs on 6 pitches, but then the rains came, the delay, and we're going to resume here in a couple minutes. And for Trevor May, he's making his 34th relief appearance. He pitched in last night's ball game, 2/3 of an inning, had a walk, a strikeout, and a wild pitch, and the Twins 5-2 lead or loss. Players trying to loosen up a little bit.
And it's so critically important that they do that, isn't it? I'm sure Paul Molitor and everybody, Terry Francona for the Indians, somebody's saying, hey, make sure you get loose again. It was a long enough delay to cause muscles to tighten up. I know my muscles are taut. You know, I wouldn't be able to probably walk down the hallway right now without stretching.
It's a good thing that you did.
So with 2 gone on the top of the 11th and Yan Gomes in the box, we're ready to go. Twins putting an infield shift on for Gomes. Gomes made a plate appearance in the 9th inning, flying out to right field. And the first pitch, a swing and a foul, 1 strike. The Indians are out of bench players. The Twins have bench players Santana and Grossman available to them. Twins have 1 reliever left, Neil Ramirez. And the Indians have 3 relievers left. It looks like Colon will pitch the bottom of the inning for them. Fly ball right field, a long run for Kepler, and he gets there, a fair ball catch to end the 11th inning after a delay of 2 hours and 5 minutes. Trevor May gets the last out of the top of the 11th, and the Twins will have the top of their order hitting in the bottom.
Let's get them a win.
Last out of the 11th. The Twins score here. You can pick up a win. Here's a game summary so far.
Kipnis an RBI single off of Rogers. That made it a 4-2 ball game, but the Twins came back in the bottom of the 7th inning. There was Santana off the glove of Santana, scored Nunez. And then Brian Dozier, kind of a check swing, seeing eye base hit up the middle. That scored Joe Mauer from second base. Both teams 4 runs, both teams 9 hits, both teams have committed 2 errors.
It'll be Nunez, Mauer, and Sano scheduled to hit here in the 11th inning. They'll be facing Joe Colon, making just his second appearance.
Colon in his rookie season getting called up on the 7th of July from AAA. Got a report on Colon at 26 years old out of Puerto Rico. A good fastball, curveball, and a changeup.
Nunez with a couple of hits, both of them to right field. And Nunez tried to do what Gomes tried to do. Jerk the first pitch into the seats. One strike.
Nunez a couple of hits in a ball game. He has scored a run in the 7th inning.
One strike. Sharply hit on the ground. Gobbled up by Lindor. One away. And Nunez is retired. That'll bring up Mauer. Twins in walk-off territory, of course. They've had 5 walk-off wins, 2 of them earlier this year against the Indians. And we'll mention it again because it is remarkable. With Mauer getting all the hits that he's gotten in his career, he has 1 walk-off hit, and it was 9 years ago. And if he hits one out here, there will be jubilation on the field and in the stands with about 400 people jubilating. That's not even a word, is it?
Hey, sounded good to me.
1-0.
There's a lot of things we can say at 12:24 in the morning.
1-0 to Mauer. And now 2-0. This is the last game to be played from Saturday night schedule. Everything Eastern time zone, Central time zone, Pacific time zone, everything's done except for this game. 2-0 to Mauer. Crack foul, 2-1. Twins had opportunities early against Trevor Bauer in the 3rd and 4th inning. Only got 1 run out of that, but they did tie the game in the 7th, and neither team has scored since.
Well, we talked about it. Both teams have had opportunities to put more than 4 runs on the board. Twins just 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. You mentioned the Indians, what, they're 3 for 13?
2-1. And Mauer takes low 3-1 with Sano on deck. Mauer trying to get aboard with 1 gone here in the 11th. Ball 4.
3rd time Joe has taken a walk here tonight.
Sano with 1 walk-off hit this year, and it came against the Indians.
Yeah, 2nd game of the game here played in April for the Twins. A lot of jubilation right there. Like to see it again.
Sano's had an interesting night tonight. Made a couple of nice defensive plays, but he's also committed 2 errors. Inside, ball 1. He's reached on 2 errors, and he has struck out 3 times. One and 0. Down the middle of strike. Colon missed the first 50 games of this year. A drug of abuse violation.
It was the 2nd time he was on that list in the minor leagues.
1-1 to Miguel Sano. Two and 1. Colon made his debut before the All-Star break against the Yankees, just an inning. And now making his second major league appearance. Two and one. Tap foul. 2-2. Sano with a big strikeout in the third inning. The Twins had filled the bases, nobody out. Sano got ahead on the count, still struck out against Bauer. Struck out again in the fifth with the bases empty, and struck out in the ninth, leading off for the Twins. Now 2-2. Foul away.
Colon getting that fastball up to 96. Colon originally signed by the Indians back in 2009, 12th round in the June draft.
Driven to right center field and very deep. High off the wall. Mauer around second to third. He will be held there. And the Twins have runners at second and third with nobody out. A rocket against the scoreboard in right center. One out in the inning. And second and third for the Twins. And Brian Dozier coming to the plate. Mickey Callaway to the mound.
That fastball wanted it away. It came back into the swing of Sano, who went deep to right center off the wall. I believe that's Davis out in center field. They played to Karam perfectly and got the ball back in.
We saw that a couple of times last night from Twins outfielders playing the Karam perfectly. Callaway meeting on the mound, not so much I don't suppose with Colon, but making sure everybody's square as to what the play is going to be in the infield. Bauer rounding second and being held at third. The infield is in. The outfield has yet to come in. They've got to come in from where they're at, don't they? Well, they're going to walk Dozier to bring Kepler up. So Colon, who started this rally, if you will, by walking Mauer, will have no margin for error here.
Well, both pitch outs too, pretty close to home plate. Colon in the minor leagues, walks have been an issue for him. So you're putting someone making his second major league debut in a situation he has to throw strikes.
Of course, this sets up the double play possibility, remembering that Kepler runs well. Kepler has the last walk-off hit for the Twins, and it was a home run here against Boston a few weeks ago. Now they're going to bring Ramirez, the left fielder, in to make it a five-man infield. And he wants a different glove to play the infield. The outfielders will be Davis in left center and Gonzalez in his major league debut in right center.
Where do they want Ramirez? He's going to go more up the middle. So five-man infield. And you can see the outfielder shading Kepler the other way.
There's nobody in right field. That's Almonte, and he's playing straightaway center field. Infield and Kepler at the plate, winning run at third. Ball one, and Gomes keeps it near home plate. Throughout this series, Kepler's hit the ball to left field. 3 times last night. His first time up today. His double in the 9th inning went down the left field line. 1-0. And a foul over the tarp. 1-1. Never seen this with a left-handed batter up. The only 2 outfielders, but they're really giving away right field.
Well, I think you're looking at the pitcher on the mound too, Colon. We've seen the 94 to 96 mile-an-hour fastball. They feel if Kepler does hit the fastball, he's going to hit it the other way.
One and one to Kepler. And Gomes has a hard time with that pitch. 2-1. Two and one to Max Kepler. Off the glove of the pitcher. They come home to get. No, Gomes doesn't hang on to the throw. And the Twins will win the game. Colon's throw there in plenty of time after the deflection off his glove. And Max Kepler ends the ball game, and the Twins win it 5-4.
Well, Colon knocked it down. He made a good throw to Gomes, who had to look like 1 foot on home plate for the force out.
And Colon
just dropped the ball.
Colon, if he hadn't swept his glove behind his back, the ball was headed right for Lindor, standing on the second base bag. It would have been an inning-ending double play.
Well, the Twins get a break, and they defeat the Cleveland Indians for the 5th time this season.
Now Kepler with his walk-off fielder's choice, I'm guessing. There should be an error, I think, charged to Gomes.
Probably to Gomes.
And the Twins end up evening the series at a game apiece.
Yeah, it will be a fielder's choice. Error on Gomes, no RBI for Kepler. But the Twins do win in 11 innings.
Minnie and Paul shaking hands, and a quick turnaround. These games always seem to happen with a day game the next day, and that's what these two teams will have tomorrow afternoon. But right now, Max Kepler is with Marty Gellner.
And Max, you come to the plate in that situation with the bases loaded and 1 out. What are you telling yourself? What is your strategy?
Just keep it simple. Be ready for a fastball. That's it.
And that's what you got?
Yeah.
And having been in this situation just a few weeks ago, you hit a walk-off home run. Did you learn things in that at bat that you applied to this one?
Yeah, definitely. You know, just tell myself to slow it down. See the ball, keep it simple. That's really all I can say right now.
How did you spend the 2-hour rain delay?
I had a little snack, signed some autographs, hung out with some teammates.
And after that point, when you know we're going to play baseball again, how do you get yourself not only physically ready, but back in the mindset that you need to continue playing a baseball game?
Quick sleep, you know, go to sleep early, get the rest I can, and, you know, come back with the same mentality tomorrow and just give it my best.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time, Max. All right, Max Kepler puts the ball in play, and that was the key thing here in the bottom of the 11th inning. It ends up going as, I don't know, fielder's choice, I guess, but it ends up as a Twins walk-off win. Dick and Bert will put a wrap to this when we come back.